The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's matched out.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
How big is the fish? Pretty big!
Still in the third leg.
Oh, I like it!
Joe Murnan.
Hit it, Joe. Let us know. Do it again. Play it again, Joe.
Game short.
Tops for dinner. You might be looking for dessert next. That's a beautiful checkout from Adam.
Windspear.
It's the double 16 for the 149 in the previous leg,
Game
but he
shot
finds the
from the
double
fourth
19 for the 110 in
leg.
this. Well, double 16 is
Game
fouled.
short.
He does
Game
get it
short.
done.
Number-
So it's Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the second day of action as far as Group C is concerned. You're very welcome along to the action here on Pluto TV. Hello, very good afternoon. Welcome along to the action. We head into the final day's worth of action in this Group C, and it is Matt Dennant, the scholar, who is top of the class, having picked up a maximum 10 points from his campaign on Thursday. The asset, Paul Nicholson's alongside us once again. Great to see you. And look, yesterday, Matt Dennant was the best player as far as this group's concerned. It's his group to lose.
It is. He's only got a 2-point cushion at the top of the table. But the grey areas of yesterday, there was some great stuff, don't get me wrong. But the in-between stuff, he just mastered that. His bad visits weren't that bad. And he picked people apart with poise and determination. And he didn't even show his best level yesterday. That was class from Dennant.
Well, last night, Group B got underway. And it saw Scott Taylor top the pile. He won all 4 of his matches last night. From his Robinson in second on 6. Simon Whitlock lost his first 2 and then won his last 2. But as far as Scott Taylor's concerned, yes, he had the average of 101 in there. But besides of that, he kind of had to claw out a couple of wins, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I don't think there's any exceptions in Group B's action from last night going into about 1:30 in the morning. Everybody was erratic. Even Scott Taylor, very up, very down, but he was the one who was able to win every situation that he was in. Other people couldn't say that. People had lows, people had highs, but the big difference was that Scott Taylor was able to have more highs than lows. As far as Mason Whitlock's concerned, he's probably thinking he's left himself with too much to do, but Simon Whitlock in the middle, he's got a lot of work to do tonight. It's going to be tough for him.
Right, let's get it back to this afternoon in Group C. Matt Dennant tops the pile. He won all 5 of his matches on Thursday. Now, we gave him the build-up before, and to be fair to him, he absolutely lived up to it.
He absolutely did. I loved the way he played yesterday, and that's the kind of performance level that can take you very far in this kind of season, because we talk openly about an 87.5 average and 35% on the doubles. It can get you a lot of Saturday nights, but he was better than that yesterday. And a lot of the time, he was hitting doubles in the middle of the bed. It's such an encouraging thing when you're hitting your doubles cleanly, but when you're hitting them cleanly in the middle, it shows that Matt Dennant is in sharp form and he's ready for the challenge ahead. I will be astonished if he doesn't win this group.
It's Andy Davidson in the other qualifying spot in second, 8 points to his name, 4 wins out of 5 yesterday. Joe Murnan also in the mix in third place. Does it feel like it's free for 2 spots?
Yeah, I think it is. Lauby's still in with a great shout, but he's going to have his best day by some margin today. The scrappiness that he was able to show yesterday, in a good way, I applaud that, because he's had some pretty turgid darts over the last couple of days, but he needs some quality. If he doesn't have any quality today, it's going to be 3 people going for 2 spots. I expect Dennant to make it through and one of the other 2 to get the second spot.
I just want to get your assessment on Andy Davidson's day yesterday. We know Group A didn't quite go to plan for him. We know obviously what he's been through, and this is a comeback week for him. Was there more signs yesterday that he's getting up to gears? He's getting close to the level, the standard that we've come to expect of him, and what's seen him win weeks here in the past? Yeah,
I think we are. You look at his first performance yesterday, it was of a higher level, and sometimes when you haven't played a great deal of darts, because you've been injured or going through some stuff, if you're playing day 4, you might feel yourself quite tired on a Thursday afternoon. He didn't show that. It shows that he's been resting well. And when he came back Thursday, he started with a really good performance. He needs to do that again.
Well, in terms of the odds, now I'm going to play the role of pundit here for a couple of seconds because I think there's value in Matt Dennant at 1-3 because of the fact it's only 1-3.
Yeah, I'm expecting that to shorten even more in the next 60 minutes because I expect Matt to get off to a strong start. I think he will win this group. As for people having a chance, Andy Davidson, he can obviously do it if he does what Matt did yesterday, but they have to beat Dennant, and nobody could do that yesterday.
Right, it is 18 plus, and it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, we're at the halfway point of proceedings as far as Series 13 is concerned. And next week, we've got some familiar faces in action.
For this 1-4-6, and it's on. Treble 18, the double 16 for a 1-4-6. Oh my word!
Game shot on the 4th lane. Dylan Slevin.
First one, he's going to go tops. He does, so it's double turn for a 140 checkout.
Oh, well, what a shot!
Game shot on the 1st lane. Jesus Noguera.
It's been one of those games where the player thrown first has had all the time that they want it. Double 18.
Quiet for Thomas. And so it's double top.
Hello, Kevin. Hello, Kevin. Goodbye, leg. Where'd that come from?
Hammer to go one up here. And he does so.
Game shot on the 2nd leg. Andy Hamilton.
Still the target. Bullseye. Oh, what a shot by Bookby.
Should be a good guide for Fallon Sherrock, who does use it perfectly. And
Fallon Sherrock!
And so this is what we've got to come next week. Neil Duff returns to the Live Lounge, his 2nd appearance of the year. Scott Mitchell will be swapping the microphone for the darts in hand. And we're going to see the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock, MBE, in action in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. Whilst we see probably one of the game's nicest people in Group C, where Martin C. Thomas is back. That is from 9:30 Monday morning here, and we're on the Pluto TV network, where today we have got Group C action, and we kick off with the bottom 2 players in the table going head-to-head. Adam Windspear and George Munoz. Between the pair, just the one win yesterday, and it came, of course, in this game right at the very end of the session. It was a 4-2 win for Adam Windspear. In fairness, he played some decent stuff yesterday, did Adam, but was unable to pick points up. He had an overall average of 81 and change, did the 31-year-old from Thirsk up in the northeast, making his 2nd appearance. Last time he was here, it was a Group C exit for him. As for George Munoz, his chances of continuing a 100% record in terms of qualifying through to Saturday nights probably depends on him completing the card, and then he's going to have to hope for a lot of favours elsewhere. So, it's Munoz and Windspear to get the action underway on this Friday afternoon here on Pluto TV. George Baker is in charge of proceedings. World level official who presides over the best players in the world. And he is going to be with us for the remainder of the week. Every dart on this Friday afternoon and this Friday night will be watched in the company of both myself and the asset Paul Nicholson. But before we get underway, it seems there's just a couple of technical gremlins, so it gives me and Nico an opportunity to have a little bit of a chat of what you think is going to happen for the rest of the day. And I think we both think that Matt Dennant's just going to carry on carrying on.
I absolutely think that. Average yesterday of 91. He had the most 180s. He didn't need a ton plus checkout because he was just meandering his way through his fixtures. I think it's a dogfight for that second spot. And yes, we've said these kind of things before and we've had egg on our face before, but I am very confident that Matt is going to win this group. As for the bottom two in this first fixture, Adam will stay in the reckoning with a win over George Munoz, and he could indeed eliminate George in this first game. That means that he becomes the dangerous floater for the rest of the day. But there are going to be fixtures where people will stay in the reckoning, and there will be fixtures where people will be eliminated. I just wonder how early that can happen.
Well, we're just waiting for a couple of technical issues to arise. It gives us a little bit of an opportunity to have a bit of a chat, Nico, about all things that's happening around here. And look, we've seen an interesting week so far. We saw the Whitlocks go head-to-head. Hi, everybody from the commentary box here at the Live Lounge. Look, we saw the Whitlocks go head-to-head last night. That was a great occasion. We're going to see them go toe-to-toe once again this evening. That's kind of been, I suppose, the story of the week so far in Week 6.
Yeah, I guess so on paper. When you see the same surname in a fixture like that, it's going to be an exciting prospect. And I'm sure they've spoken about it over the last few years, the potential of maybe meeting or locking horns in a venue like this. It happened in the early hours. It went the way of Simon. But when Mason comes back a little bit later on, he would love to get his own back. And if he was to do so, he would cause Simon a bit of a headache because he's got quite a lot to do tonight with only 4 fixtures.
So we are about ready to get underway. Apologies for that slight technical hitch. You know what it's like, Nico, when the computer says no, the computer says no.
Not even Friday the 13th?
No, but we get 2 in successive months because we had one
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we had one 2 weeks ago. We're going to have another one in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, lovely. Something to look forward to.
Hey, I'm the bearer of all good news, you know that. But let's see what happens here.
Well,
we've been waiting long enough.
First. Game on.
And for Adam Windspear, as he mentioned before that little bit of a stoppage in play, his numbers yesterday weren't bad at all. 81.1 average for the session, 12 out of 40 in terms of his doubling, 30% in that particular department. 2 180s, a 116 checkout. It wasn't too bad, but the problem he had was when he ran into opponents, particularly towards the middle of the session. He lost to Andy Davidson, who averaged 85 against him. The one that probably got away was the match against Danny Lauby in Game 2. He then lost to Matt Dennant, averaged just under 93. And to be fair, that was a false average. It was probably around a ton, barring a few missed doubles towards the end. Joe Murnan had the 2 170s against him. You can kind of get the trend.
60.
Over the course of 2026, we might be bringing this subject up quite a lot. Because what I saw from Adam yesterday was a mid-80s average player.
100.
That is good enough to get here. It's good enough to potentially contend in making a Saturday night. But I'm hazarding a guess that that might not be enough for Adam. The question is, how does he become a bit more like Dennant? Someone who is supposed to make Saturdays every time he comes here.
59.
And then there's another level as well. How do I become someone like Scott Taylor or Neil Duff or Steve West, that serial winner? Because there is another level.
Adam, you require 102.
If you're happy being where you are, that's fine. But if you want success the way that others have had it, you've got to try and figure out how to get there.
And
46,
just like for the most
George
part of
O'Connor,
yesterday, leg
161.
1 is seeing George Munoz a visit behind in terms of the scoring stakes. That's why opportunities are few and far between. In fact, he actually had more darts at double than Danny Lauby, but a lot of his chances, it felt like, were from long range off the back of opponents missing things. And Windspear misses a couple at
Georgia
tops.
required
That
24.
shot should never be short. You should be trying to hit that previous flight to nestle it in.
Game shot in the first
And
leg.
George makes him
Munoz.
pay it. Now, if Munoz does win this game, and they're both on 2 points
Second leg is George
with 4
to throw
games to go,
first. Game on.
the best they can both do is 10. That's not going to be good enough.
No, Dennant's already on 10. Davidson is on
41.
8, and he's not going to lose every single game. I can guarantee you that. So he's basically playing for pride here. Adam Windspear with a defeat will see himself playing for
140.
pride for the remainder of the day. He simply has to win every game, and then he's going to have to hope that there's a disaster, but on a slightly less dramatic scale than what George requires.
Well, let's put it this way then. If
85.
Winnie goes out there today and does exactly that, he gets 5 out of 5. That's a great day of darts, and I'm sure he's had many a day of darts where he's played
41.
5, 6, 7 games in a day and won them all. That's classic tournament player. And that's how you treat Friday. You go out there thinking, if I lose, I'm out.
60.
But if he can win 5 out of 5 and gets 12 points, just to fluff his pillow a little bit, the last time Joe Murnan was here in Group
60.
C, he had 12 points and did get second spot. And he's in this group. So it can be done.
I get the sense it's the
100.
type of group where 14 points will probably be the marker as to who goes through, because you expect Davidson and Murnan to win a fair share of matches, which then means even someone like Danny Lauby probably will be forced to complete the card.
Yeah, I agree.
100.
I agree. There's only one tiny little blot on the confidence of pretty much everyone watching Matty Dennant today. He does have
45.
Joe
Adam, you
Murnan
require
and Davidson his first
160.
2 games. So if he takes out his closest challengers, he's going to be through by 3 o'clock.
Which can be somewhat of a double-edged sword in one respect.
44. Georgia require 170.
He relaxes and he plays his best darts, or, and he's not the type to do so anyway, he drops off the gas a little bit and you may be able to pick up some points when he's a little bit more susceptible because the
40.
job is done.
Adam, you
Nobody
require
should be out of gas
160.
coming into their first and second game today because they've had the last 15 hours at the petrol station to recharge their batteries. I know that makes no sense.
76.
So, like,
Technically, you can actually do that, can't you? You can go to the
130.
petrol station and recharge your batteries these days. Strange old time, 2026.
Triple 20 for Bull. You gave me a
65.
mental image. You know the
Adam,
film
you require
Cars?
40.
And they have that cafe where the all the cars fill up for fuel and they just use it as like somewhere to stop and recharge. Anyway, double 10.
Game shot
To
in the
break
second
back
leg.
and
Adam
to level this
Windspear.
match up at 1 apiece.
We were talking about Adam's surname yesterday and where it came from in the 16th
Third
century.
leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Well, it was Josh
Game
Rock
on.
last night who was winning spears. 9 darter in Belfast, and he got a set of darts from the title sponsor worth £30,000. So he technically
140.
won spears. And congratulations to Josh on that, but when he goes to Cardiff next week, he's got to start getting some points.
Yes, because particularly now
55.
Stephen Bunting's not just on the board, but won the night. Many congratulations to Bunty for that. Getting the better Jan van Veen in the final.
Yeah, I
60.
think people might need to watch out for him at Minehead at the UK Open. He's getting sick of being in finals and losing them. He might just be able to get his own back at Minehead after a few days off. A lot of people in the
41.
PDC circuit are taking the weekend off to recharge their batteries because it's the right thing to do ahead of the UK Open.
Well, even the exhibition circuit, which is usually frivolous when there's a weekend off
100.
Euro Tour action and no Pro Tour action, that's very quiet this weekend as well. So the top players using the time off wisely ahead of a big couple of weeks
45.
in the UK Open, which I don't care what anybody says, in my mind is a major. I don't think there's any reputable dispute on that. Is there?
No.
100.
UK Open is a major championship in this sport. Because anybody can win it.
39.
And anybody can get the ranking money.
101.
Now, just imagine if someone who hasn't got a tour card were to win it. That would be fun.
Someone's poking the hornet's nest after last night's
49.
debate.
Well, who is the hornet's nest in this group? I've got a sneaky suspicion it might be Joe
85.
Murnan.
Adam, you require 52.
Especially after yesterday's 170 doubler. Speaking of doubles,
Game shot.
that is
third
really
leg,
tidy from
Adam
Windspear. A nice
Windspear.
17 darter to take the lead.
2-1 to the good. Not really needing to play anywhere near the levels that
Fourth
we
leg
saw
is
from him
George
at
to
times
throw
yesterday.
first.
It's just been
Game
good
on.
enough to get himself in front against George. And to be fair, and to be brutally honest about things, Windspear should be 3-0 up in this game.
45.
Yeah, he probably should. He's come all the way down to the south coast to play here for the second time.
45.
And the way we say his name is not how it's pronounced where he lives. So in Thirsk, sort of southern Teesside, North Yorkshire, he's probably used to his name being said like
81.
Windspear.
Did you just put on a northeast accent?
That is a Middlesbrough accent.
And how does that differ from a Geordie accent?
140.
Geordie one's better.
$45.
I'm sure you're still revelling in the Champions League draw you got this morning.
Ah, yeah. Bring back Barcelona. Revenge is going to be sweet.
96.
However, there was a lot of technical stuff that went into that.
Don't get me started on that. Some things get drawn out in life. But the draws
60.
for the Europa League and the Champions League, my word. Congress in the United States could pass a law in less time.
Yeah, well, certainly some filibustering.
That's word of the day.
92.
Now, Windspear's playing some pretty typical stuff for him, based on what we saw from him yesterday. Low 80s average,
44.
doubles are
Adam,
decent.
you require
And based on what we've seen from George over the last 4 and a bit days, that is good enough to get the victory. Doesn't have to do anything silly,
103.
but he fancied it, and can you really blame him?
Well, such is the margin of lead. He is backing himself to take the 2 at double 8, and he may have to because that 140 has left Munoz on a 2 darter here. 17 double 4 was the play, but by straying wide into the 3, it's double 11.
3. George, you
I know some
require
people who do that on
86.
purpose. It makes no sense. Recovery needed on treble 15 and 19. Not found.
Oh, 64 remaining.
38.
Return for 48
Adam,
if
you require
Windspear
22.
spurns 3 at double 11. Well, he decides to split.
Game
But he gets
shot
there
the
in the
fourth
end. It was a
leg,
little bit
Adam
messy at
Windspear.
times, it has to be said, but Windspear eventually gets the break and he moves 3-1 up.
So let's face facts. We now know that
Third
Adam
leg is
did not go
Adam
for
to throw
3 double
first.
11.
Game on.
You might ask why. Because if he did, he wouldn't have split it on visit 2. So what he's done in the previous
100.
turn is he's missed the 17 by more than 3 centimetres. All's well that ends well. That was a very good split on
60.
22.
$100.
Yesterday was the first day where George did not get a victory.
81.
There's 1 win every day in Group A. Yesterday he was potless, as we say.
95.
That's a term used by the Pro Tour people who play in a couple of events and don't get any money.
No, they've renamed that. It's now called doing the Durrant.
80. $140.
Yeah, Windspear looks like he's ready to win this game now. Based on what we've seen from him in the last 5.5 games, where do you think he's going to go on 66?
83. Adam, you require 66.
I reckon it's 10s or 18s. Let's see what a spotter thinks. Treble 14, double 12 for the match. Double 6.
54.
There's more people going that route than ever. It's about personal preference as to what primary double you want, whether it's 12s or 18s. They're the same height, just different sides of the
60.
board.
Adam, you require
Northwest and
12.
northeast. But now we are certainly straying east. And the double
Game
6
shot
is
and the
found that
match,
Adam
Adam
Windspear gets his afternoon off to a winning start. He gets the better of George Munoz by 4 legs to 1. So that's game 1 done and dusted on this Friday afternoon. And when we return, Matt Dennant takes on Joe Murnan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Adam Windspear got the better of George Munoz by 4 legs to 1 to kick off Friday afternoon's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Game 2 sees Matt Dennant and Joe Murnan go head-to-head with one another. Dennant, who marked his return to the Live Lounge with a perfect display. 5 wins out of 5 for the now 34-year-old from Walsall in the Midlands. Weekly winner back in Series 6. Joe Murnan, the 42-year-old from Halliwell. And a runner-up previously here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So it's Dennant and Murnan, game number 2 of 15 that we're broadcasting to you live here. Our pictures being beamed across the Pluto TV network in the United Kingdom and across associated territories. And to those of you not in the Pluto TV region and watching via the Super Series YouTube channel, we welcome you along to the action. And it feels like after game 1, which was a bit of an hors d'oeuvre, we're going to get to the good stuff. Matt Dennant was playing the best stuff of anybody yesterday. Average in excess of 91 for the session. He had 8 180s. He's doubling at 43%. And he kicks off as he means to go on, Paul Nicholson.
That's ominous. It's amazing how 3 darts can send a message. Make that 4 and a bit.
99.
That's one thing he did very well yesterday. He got off to a very good start. Beat Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1. Averaged 86. Doubles were decent.
93.
Didn't show a great deal of rustiness. We were talking to him yesterday about how busy the turnaround
100.
was from playing at the Worlds on the 19th of December to losing his card to going to Q School to going to the Challenge Tour. And the benefit of coming into week 6 is that he's had a little bit of a break between the Challenge Tour and this now. So he will feel fresh. But he will have some valuable
106.
practice in the tank. He's that nice mix of rested and worked. He's showing it again in his first leg on a double after 12.
100. Matt, you require 16.
Good control of this opening leg after a dozen.
Game
We'll
shot in
make
the first
that
leg,
a
Matt
baker's
Dennant.
dozen to start for the Scholar. Double 8 found. Dennant 1-0 to the good.
Well, we can
Second
then,
leg is Joe to throw first.
because
Game
Dennant
on.
looks like he's in the mood to roll people. If Murnan were to get the victory here, that would
60.
throw something very interesting on the fire. And then all of a sudden, people would be rubbing their hands at what could be a very interesting Friday.
59.
Murnan would go to 8 points, Dennant would stay on 10. And Davidson would have that game in hand, which happens next against Lauby.
125.
However, there's one thing we learned from Wednesday in Group A. There's a lot can happen when you've got these 4-point affairs.
140.
I think Dennant knows this. I think he knows that if he wins this game and he's next, he's going to be all right.
140.
Be one step closer to lifting the cup come Saturday night if he was to win this game, Matt Dennant.
96.
Well, that's not like him. To go 20s on 3 or 2.
A momentary blip, do you reckon?
100.
He's not one known for it, but we've all had him.
Yeah, I don't see Matt as the kind of player to make a tactical error like that.
140.
Having said that,
Joe,
he
you
might just
require
have this new outlook of
76.
give me the treble 20 as much as I can get it, leave me a double and I'll take it out. And he will get a shot.
36. Matt, you require 66.
Well, 66 is one of those shots where there's a whole host of ways that a player can go. There's only one way to go from here, and that's a double top, which looks a little bit blocked.
46.
Drops low, so Murnan's
Joe,
going to
you
get free
require
here to level
40.
things up.
Even early on, you
Matt,
sensed that was a big
require
shot.
20.
You don't want to give Matt chances.
Game shot
He
in the
takes
second
them.
leg, Matt
Yesterday on his
Dennant.
doubles, he was excellent. He was better than everybody else. his percentage was
Third leg is Matt to throw
43.5% on
Game
the
on.
doubles. That's world class. 91 average. That's very, very decent.
41.
I know he didn't have a ton plus checkout, but he didn't need one.
You know, I like to talk about numbers and stats a lot.
140.
not like you.
Now, there is a relevance here. Now, you may remember yesterday I brought up Matt Dennant's 12-month stats, and he is absolutely playing to type. So his last
58.
12 months, his average for the last season was 90.69 and 37% on his doubles. He's playing to that with a bit of better success on the outer ring. So his average yesterday, as you mentioned,
24.
91.09, 43%. And we said if he played to type, he'll probably get joy in this group. And that is exactly what happened yesterday.
140.
Based on what we've seen this week, if you were going to estimate who's going to meet in the final this week, who would you pick?
46.
Because I've got no doubt in my mind who I'm thinking.
Well,
134.
Dennant and Murnan camp probably at this present moment in time.
100%. Because they've been the tidiest of all of the players this week. If they are in separate halves
26. Matt,
come
you
Saturday
require
night, because I expect them both to be
128.
there, I would not be shocked to see them in the final game of the week.
Well, you'd expect Dennant to win
16.
this group, which would mean they would be separable in terms of the draw, because the winner of Group A plays the winner of Group B and the runner-up in... the third place player in Group B, whilst
140. Matt, you
the winner
require
of,
68.
it goes the other way around, where second place in Group C then plays the other two. Anyway, double four.
Game shot in the third leg.
3-0
Matt
Dennant.
Dennant.
This is business-like. And it's not as if he's playing absolutely 100% at his best.
Well,
Or at least it
then
doesn't
he's Joe
feel
to
like it.
go
But then you have
first.
one
Game
little
on.
look up at the stat screen. He's averaging just a shade under 96.
Yeah, this is a world-class performance.
100.
We had him in the studio yesterday, and we've known Matt a long time. I've known him
96.
at least 10 years. I've been a fan of his since about minute 2. He's just that kind of guy. He's humble.
81.
He's motivated. And he was talking to us about something personal, which I'm not at liberty to talk about today, but something that
59.
really did make him happy yesterday from his family life. And you could just feel the pride beaming from him.
99.
And I have no doubt in my mind, because of that, he's more motivated today. And that is a feel-good story.
As much as darts is
140.
these days very much a profession for Matt Dennant, it's still secondary in comparison to other things in his life. And
That's the way it should be. Darts is business,
100.
but it should never get in the way of what is the most important thing, and that is happiness. When darts takes over, be prepared for things.
134. Joe, you require
to get troublesome.
121.
Speaking from experience.
Treble 17 for the Bull. Bullseye to keep himself in the contest.
Game
Bullseye
shot in
is
the fourth
found to
leg,
keep
Joe
him in the
Murnan.
contest. That sunskin saver from Joe Murnan.
Keep hitting that bullseye like that, Joe. You're going to get yourself another
Fifth
nickname.
leg is Matt to throw first. Game on.
3 bullseye checkouts in less than a day and a half.
85.
And that's what it takes to get a leg off Matt today, apparently.
Forget Midnight. Forget Shaggy. He is Bullseye
80.
Joey.
It's not the worst nickname I've ever heard.
It's not the worst nickname I've given out either.
44.
Just ask Sam Spivey.
I would, but he's not in Champions Week.
Best one's definitely the Castleford Tiger.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's from Castleford and he's ginger.
100.
And he's not doing too badly on the Pro Tour,
No.
Tom Sykes. He's holding his own, and I'm sure he's looking forward to the UK Open.
Well, he's won first round in pretty much every event, hasn't he, so far? He's in a very good position to
81.
get back to Minehead at the end of the year.
Yes, absolutely. You can keep winning your first round match, you're going to fly up those rankings.
58.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with being strawberry blonde. Isn't that right, Joe?
61.
Joe Murnan separated at birth from Thomas Younghans.
Ah, the man who gave us the Miracle Max.
I love Thomas. He's great.
81.
He's become a real hit at the lakeside the last couple of years.
Great
as
guy.
Thomas.
Super guy. You meet some great people in this sport. It's the best thing about it. You know, when you're growing up and you want to be a superstar dart player,
66. Matt, you
it's all
require
about titles and money.
133.
Actually, no. The best part of this sport, it's the people.
57. Joe, you require 170.
Well, he hit 2 of these yesterday. Is he going to complete a fishy hat trick?
I've never heard that one before. A fishy hat trick.
96. Matt, you require 76.
That's game point now. Oh, now that is a bit fortunate. That could have hit double 16. That one
Game
didn't.
shot and the match.
And Matty Dennant's off
Dennant.
to a fantastic start. 6 wins from 6 and 12 points in the table. He's just taken care of one of his closest rivals in the Group C race as well. Murnan will have to come back later to get himself his first 2 points of the day, but Dennant off to a flyer.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Matt Dennant got the better of Joe Murnan by 4 legs to 1. Game 3 is a meeting between Andy Davidson and Danny Lauby. And for these two, a chance to get themselves on the board on this Friday. For Danny Lauby, he had a very poor start. He had a decent middle and a very poor end. It was like a soggy sandwich, really, if the truth be told. As for Andy Davidson, Thursday was a big improvement in comparison to what he did in Group A, making his return after a long absence, which you'll get to hear a little bit more about. He's spoken rather openly, rather candidly about the last few months and how he's not been in the best of health, but now on the other side of it and looking to get back into competitive play once again. And there was definitely signs yesterday, Nico, that he was beginning to go through the gears. Not the Andy Davidson we've seen win titles in the past, but a step closer to it.
That's all you can expect of yourself. If you haven't been playing competitive darts for a while for his reasons, yesterday was a very sustainable stride forward. And that's what he's been looking for this week. Just that little bit more consistency. And he had that when other people didn't. By the way, I wasn't aware that he transferred to Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Well, put it this way. He picked up more wins yesterday than Wolves have all season.
Yes, it is a Wolves yellow.
60.
I don't know whether it's something to do with, is it Motherwell?
I don't know, and I'm not going to ask the
No, I'm not going to go there.
Support.
No, we shouldn't go there.
Looks more Livingston than anything.
So you said you weren't going to go there, and you went there.
Yes, I'm a hypocrite. Next question. But if Andy Davidson does win this game, he'll have as many points as Wolves do in the Premier League.
58.
Nerd. He will have 10 points, and he will be 4 points ahead of Murnan.
45. Andy, you require 140.
Murnan Davidson is in game 11. That looks like a massive fixture.
Yeah, 40 scored. 100.
Incredible dart from Andy.
151.
What we now know is that both of these guys can't go through together. One of them
42.
is going home.
Andy, you require 40.
It's more likely to be Danny.
Game
especially when Andy's off to a solid start.
Now let's do some more number crunching, shall we? Now, we said before Dart was thrown this week that we'd expect Danny Lauby to be into Saturday night. Or at least that's what past reputation tends to suggest. And particularly when you add the fact that he's just dropped off tour. But again, when you delve into his numbers over the last 12 months, maybe the expectation should be a little bit more refined. Because if you look at what he did on the Pro Tour in 2025, his seasonal average was 83.5, and his checkout percentage was 31%. Now that's not going to do damage at all on the pro circuit, and actually a lot of the time here you're going to have to find something above. Well, these two are finding levels of 180 apiece in this leg.
100.
That's better from Danny. Good response here in leg 2. And he's cooking now.
Danny, you require 137.
Just as Lauby's having his, well, one of his best legs of this group, Davidson's gazumping him, which is actually illegal
43.
in Scotland.
Andy, you require 41.
Well, he had one of those games against Matt Dennant yesterday where they were hitting everything off a lampshade, but he's missed a couple of darts to double up his advantage. And so Lauby, who in 2 legs is being restricted to opportunities at combinations, and he's not even going to get a look at the bull, despite the fact he played safe to guarantee a dart there.
Andy, you require 18. No score.
He got close, but not close enough.
Danny, you require 52.
And the mistake from Danny might not cost him after all.
32.
And even his best
Andy,
double on the board does not
18.
give him the leg.
No
There's
score.
faffing going on.
Danny, you require 20.
And these are the types of opportunities Danny Lauby has to jump over. But the problem is this week, it hasn't looked likely. It has
No
not
score.
looked likely one
Andy, you require
bit.
18.
We'll come back to that.
14.
This leg is still moving.
Danny, you require 20.
He's back to double 10 somehow. He's still on double 10 somehow. You
10.
see how those darts are going in a
Andy,
little
you
bit
require
sideways.
4.
It feels like he's lost his feel.
And I just wonder whether this is also becoming a problem because of the pace of the
No
pair.
score.
Because they're both quickly missing a lot. I
Danny,
think
you
you can get
require
aboard a lot
10.
quicker.
No score. Andy, you require
Sometimes it's not
4.
nice to see.
Well, in
Game
now
shot
the end
second
of 2
leg,
legs of
Andy
darts. Andy
Davidson.
Davidson's missed 13 darts at a double. Danny Lauby's missed 8. But the crucial thing is, Andy Davidson has hit
The
2 of
leg
them
is
and leads
Andy to
2-0.
first. Game on.
Getting back to your point about what people have won, what people have done in the past.
85.
I want to give you an example of next week. Kevin Painter's coming in next week again. Kevin's made a world final 22 years ago.
60.
Does that automatically mean he's one of the favourites for the week? No, it doesn't. Because it's in the past.
95.
We have to look at a window of form that indicates that people are likely to succeed.
60.
The question is, what is that window? If we're being realistic,
45.
what kind of window can we look at to get a really good gauge as to who could win, not just this week, but next week as well?
100.
I'm thinking 4 months. Because a lot can happen in a short space of time with darts.
92.
But if you look at 4 months, you'll get an indicator of someone in form and a possible
140.
improvement metric.
Now, to throw the devil's advocate argument at you, there will be some people that will say
100.
because
Danny
he's just
require
lost a tour card,
141.
because of what he's been playing in, because of what he's been achieving. It's not long ago since he's beaten Rob Cross on a big stage at Madison Square Garden that, irrespective of that, there's an expectation that he should be
81.
doing damage
Andy,
in
you
this
require
tournament.
Yeah, that was
84.
8 months ago. Twice as long.
44. Danny, you require
I think
60.
what Lauby needs is 12 months of constant
Game shot
improvement.
the
Now,
third leg,
that is a
Danny
measure
Lauby.
of that. He's got his first start at double in the leg, and he's taken it immediately. That is an improvement from leg 2 to leg 3.
Fourth leg is Danny to third
Coming here
first.
and winning this
Game
week,
on.
personally, I think Lauby would overachieve. Doesn't look like he's going to make Saturday anyway. But let's see where he's at
140.
in September.
I wonder
95.
whether what we might see from Danny Lauby this year might be something similar to what we saw from Bradley Brooks when he dropped off tour and he came here. We know he's got ability, just like Bradley had ability.
140.
But Bradley Brooks came off the tour rather vulnerable. And I get the sense that watching Danny this week, there's a similar
99.
sense of him. I wonder taking that step back. I don't know what he's going to be playing in this year. We know he's going to be playing some CDC stuff. I don't know if he's going to be playing any ADC tour, WDF. I don't know that. I haven't spoken to Danny about it. We can only speculate. But I wonder
44.
in a few months' time, if he gets a few wins, he builds up a bit of confidence, you may see that version that was absolutely brimming up to the boil about
28.
3 years ago.
I'll give you another example in the next leg. It's based on this
44.
place 2 years ago. 2 years is a long time in this sport. It's an apt time frame because
84.
the world
Danny
rankings are based on 2 years.
133.
Let's see if Lauby can equalise here because Andy's taking his foot off the gas.
117.
And now he's starting to find it.
Is it fair to say this is a rather conspicuous contest so far?
57. Danny, you require 16.
It's a puzzler. My word, that's gone in sideways.
Game
And that
shot
one's
the
just gone
fourth
in.
leg, Danny Lauby.
Okay, here's your example. You're going to like this, Henry. 2 years ago, when he lost his card,
Fifth
Connor
leg is
Scott came
Andy
here.
to through first. Game on.
And his first week back, there was a lot of people saying, oh, he's going to enjoy this. This is made for him.
100.
Didn't make Saturday. And he had trouble with his darts on the floor. He needed to come here to figure out where he was.
60.
What kind of form he was in at that time. So he could use what he did in that week
100.
to find a way to move forward. That is exactly where Lauby stands right now.
And of course, you remember the next time that Connor Scott was
100.
here, he got his little Barbie hands on the trophy.
And he had one of the best weekly campaigns we've
55.
ever witnessed. So over the next 4 months, what Danny's got to do is figure out what's gone right this week, what's gone wrong,
100.
how did he feel, how does he change it if it's negative. It's all about trying to move in the right direction. Don't just
100.
accept what this week gives you. Go away, use what you learned, and move on.
60. Andy, you
Connor, if you're watching, hope you're well, pal. Anyway, 146 for Davidson. Can't be done now.
It's nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Connor Scott's already done 6 hours of
88.
practice.
He's probably doing some TikTok or something. He's on that TikTok gen, isn't he?
99. Andy, you require 58.
From what I know, I'm not on there, and I've got no intention to, is that Davidson looks at tops and now tens.
Game
Double
shot,
10,
fifth
3-2
leg, Andy Davidson.
to Andy Davidson, a leg away. What's been a nip and tuck affair.
Come up, mate. Andy's going to have
Sixth leg is Danny to throw
the lead
first.
in the head-to-head for the week. He's 3-1 up after winning yesterday by 4 legs to 1 and getting 2 victories at the start of the week. The sole victory for Danny came on Wednesday by 4 legs to 2.
$85.
If you're going to have Scotland versus the United States in sport, obviously you can have that in darts right here.
60.
Thinking of a couple of sports where they might have rivalries. Definitely in golf.
96.
Curling.
$140.
Yeah, Scotland have got one of the best golfers in the world in Robert McIntyre. He's from Oban,
45.
winner of the Canadian Open and the Scottish Open. Is Bob,
140.
who's pursued by some of the biggest American names in the sport when getting both of those titles.
41. Danny, you require 80.
And Lauby's in pursuit here. It's on his mind.
40.
Going low on tops is now officially on his mind. That's why he stopped there.
Well, this has been a strange contest. Andy
64.
Davidson's gone hot and cold
Danny,
more
you
times than an
require
unregulated
40.
tap. Lauby looks and again goes low on tops. However,
Game
if
shot
there's
to
been
leg,
one
Danny
kind of
Lauby.
salvaging scrap that he's had this week is when that tots has gone low, double 10 has been able
Seventh
to
and
bail
final
him
leg
out
is
at
Andy
points, and
to
we
throw
go all the
first.
way
Game on.
in this third game of the afternoon.
140.
I think you're right with the tap analogy. It has been very hot and cold.
57.
I was informed earlier in the week that Fallon Sherrick had a chance of meeting her hero, Katy Perry,
180.
the singer who sang Hot and Cold, and missed out on that chance. They were at the same photo shoot,
59.
and they missed each other. I am devastated for Fallon because I know how much she wants to meet Katy Perry.
28.
And I'm sure there would have been fireworks if they met.
It just would have been a nice photo, and it would have been a nice moment for Fallon Sherrick MBE.
60. Andy, you require 153.
Well, this would be a nice moment for Andy to get off the mark. Remember, the win gets him on 10
60.
points. And with 4 matches to go for everybody, something will have to go drastically wrong to stop him from making the
100.
top
Andy,
2
you
to get to
require
Saturday.
93.
And importantly, he'd have a 4-point lead from Joe Murnan after the first round of play.
Game
Which he
shot
has
and a
now,
mark,
courtesy
Andy
of a 14
Davidson.
dart. It was an up and down game. There was a lot of missed doubles in there, particularly in the second leg, but Andy Davidson just about gets over the line. It wasn't his best performance. His facial expression tells you that, but he gets the better of Danny Lauby in a last leg decider. Next up, Joe Murnan takes on Adam Windspear. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed the first round's worth of play on this Friday afternoon. And before the break, Andy Davidson got the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 3. So next up for us, Joe Murnan, who lost ground in the opening round. He lost 4-1 to Matt Dennant. He now finds himself 4 points off at Andy Davidson and qualification through to tomorrow night's final. He takes on Adam Windspear, who's got the wind in his sails, having won back-to-back games against George Munoz, the player at the foot of the table. And if Windspear was to win this game, he'd actually go level on points with Joe Murnan. And all of a sudden, if Andy Davidson was then to beat Matt Dennant, the group's pretty much over bar the shouting, because you'd have 2 players 6 points clear with 6 points left to play for.
Enough said. It's that simple. Second round on Friday in Group C. It tells you a lot every week.
Game on.
If Murnan has got a spurt in him, it's got to happen now until the end. He lost to the table topper.
100.
That is something he could afford to do. Now he can't afford to lose much at all. He's got Lauby in Game 7 after this.
60.
He's got Davidson in Game 11. That is a monstrous fixture, but only if he's still active in the table. He could be out by then.
43.
He has got George Munoz in the very last game of today. Now, if you offered him right now that he has to win that fixture to get through,
140.
there is no doubt in my mind he would take that right now.
83.
But you've got to get there first.
Well, Joe Murnan feels like the only in-betweener that separates Matt Dennant and Andy Davidson any kind of qualification through. I think we can now discount Danny Lauby from the mix. Adam can only qualify if he wins a lot, and I just think that will be a bridge too far. So I think now we've got a 3-horse race with 2 spots, but you've got 2 horses galloping in front. They're about a length clear. And Murnan's just hoping that somebody stumbles at a fence somewhere so he can come home in a each-way place.
23.
Well, he's got 6 from here.
81.
Interesting. Starting on the 19s on 183.
95. Joe, you require 133.
He's done a pretty good job there. He is going to get a look. Now, from 88, he should be getting at least 1 dart to take this first leg.
93. Adam, you require 88.
So, 88 for the break for Adam Windspear. Double 14. Down for 7s.
74.
Murnan watching on hope for in the
Joe,
background, and his hope
40.
springs eternal.
Yeah, he couldn't have asked for more there. He left tops. His
Game
opponent
shot the
misses,
first
and he takes the leg.
Joe Murnan.
So that's gone pretty well. Went pretty well yesterday as well. This is the
Second
game
leg,
where he
it's
had the
Adam to
270
throw
finishes.
first.
One
Game
of them
on.
to end the game, which is particularly sweet.
$100.
Who do you think the hardest dart player is to read? We've seen a lot of activity in this series from players who don't give a great deal away.
22.
I'd actually classify Simon Whitlock as one of those players. He does not give a great deal away to his opponents and to the audience. But I think Murnan takes that to the next level.
85.
He's positively Scandinavian.
And it is probably more the old school type players, like Andreas Harrison, somebody who never gives an inch away.
100.
Steve Beaton does not give an inch away. I'm trying to think of the new school. Who's the best at keeping a poker face? Because
43.
the game has become a lot more expressive, hasn't it?
That's a really good point. Because you are right.
83.
Sebastian Białowski.
Oh, that's not even a competition, is it?
He's top of the list. He gives you nothing.
Because, I mean, we're having a look at the Dev Tour of merit. Jurjen,
60.
Probably one of the cooler customers, but still gives a little bit of weight. Charlie Manby, well, he'll just tell you how he's feeling. There's no hiding him.
47.
I tell you what, Nathan Potter.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, isn't he?
He's a cool cat.
Yeah, Tyler Thorpe's pretty cool as well. He might as well have his own swagger.
79.
He's going to do some damage on the Pro Tour this year.
Genuinely, I think he's got all the makings to be a top player for a number of years.
100.
We've seen a
Adam,
lot
you
of players
require
come through the system,
134.
and he just stands out.
And then there's the other side of the coin, of course, people who are expressive.
94.
And even if
Joe,
Murnan
you
takes
require
out 149, he probably
149.
won't even show us anything. We don't have to worry about that one.
60.
Well, put it this way, if
Adam,
Joe
you
Murnan
require
played
40.
Johan Brow, you'd see both sides of the scale tipped.
Game shot.
As
the second
Windspear
leg,
finds the top to
Adam
level up at one
Windspear.
apiece.
So of the 10 players at the top of the development tour order of merit as an experimental
The leg is Joe
process,
to throw first.
who was the most expressive then? I've got my answer.
Manby.
135.
Negative, Your Honour. James Beaton.
Oh, yeah, he can give it some decibels,
Yeah,
can't he?
he's got more expressions than an emoji movie.
I mean, I haven't
60.
seen Jack Drayton play in the flesh, so I can't make a comment on him. Dylan Slevin,
Oh, he's fiery.
yes, he can give it some.
85.
Cam can give a little bit away.
Peter Kellerman's a new name on me.
Yes, agreed. But
81.
we tend to see this every year now on the Dev Tour. And it's a really good thing that we'll see players that, well, we maybe didn't see at Q School, have a go at the
44.
development tour, and then pleasantly surprise us. I'll tell you another player who I think's attitude is absolutely spot on, Nico. Henry Coates.
60.
He's a lovely lad.
Oh, one of the nicest kids you'll ever meet.
Yeah, one of the first finalists of this series. Lost out to Steve Green.
81.
Yeah, but watch out for Peter Kellerman. Top 10 in the order of merit for the development tour. He's from Hungary. Now, that could be a big thing. A lot of stuff has been made of Andras
140.
Bolbe,
Joe, you
Yeah.
require
who's decent.
156.
But Kellerman is top 10 at the minute. Could be one to watch out for.
96. Adam, you require 160.
Watch out for this one. We didn't for long. And Murnan will go back to tops as many times as he wants.
44.
He's like Robert
Joe, you
Thornton.
require
He will leave
60.
tops every chance he gets.
And he's got a lot of the left-hand side to aim at.
Game shot in the
And
third
the left-hand
leg,
side
Joe
found, and Murnan leads
Murnan.
2-1. Now, if you always want a world view of the sport, I always enjoy a conversation with
Well, there is
Marco Meyer
Adam to throw
because
first.
he spends a
Game
lot of
on.
time at Europe Cups and World Cups, and he gets to see how the game develops globally. And he was saying, particularly on the women's side of the sport, watch out for Turkey over the next few years.
Yeah, I agree. He's had that same conversation with me in the last few weeks. We were watching Zara Gemi
60.
play against Paige Pauling at the Lakeside at the end of last year, and we thought, well, hang on a minute, what's happening in Turkey? It's encouraging, isn't it? Because for years it was just Umut Aygün-Sozlu, someone who had been to Lakeside and
41.
played. But there seems to be an infrastructure there now, which is nice.
So from what I've been told, darts has been introduced into schools there. It's part of the
26.
curriculum now.
Great. That's really encouraging.
And as a result of it, and look, we've seen it in snooker with China, where they didn't have any funding from the government, but what they did do is they invested in snooker being a part of the curriculum. There was academies and everything that opened up, and we've seen
5.
in that sport how things have developed monstrously. Obviously, Zhao Xingtong being their first ever world champion, and we're seeing influxes from other nations, particularly in this sport,
140.
particularly on the development tour. And Turkey and Mongolia is another nation. They're two countries to look out for. Maybe not in the past had an imprint on the landscape, but could do in the future.
140. $60.
This
Adam,
game is
you
not setting the world alight
135.
just yet. What Murnan would like to do is see a lot of mistakes from Windspear so he can still have a chance of a 3-1 lead.
63.
See, this is the time where you really want to get a 2-treble visit, but that first start has let him down massively.
41. Adam, you require 72.
72 to level up at 2-2.
$32.
Over the top, but he has got time on his side to level up.
Well, he's allowed Windspear to have 6 visits, and he's not on a finish.
84. Adam, you require
So
40.
whose fault is it that they're not getting a break chance? If I'm being brutal, Windspear hasn't necessarily played brilliant for this leg, and he still hasn't won it, and he could still
Joe,
lose
you
it.
require 90.
So the blame for this leg has actually shifted in the last 3 seconds. And it shifts again. This pendulum of opportunity
24.
in legs like this.
Adam, you require
This is where games are won and
40.
lost.
And remember, Joe Murnan's got
Game
little
shot
to
in the
no
fourth leg.
rope in
Adam
terms of
Windspear.
errors in terms of qualifying through. And this game being level at 2-2, if he loses this,
Fifth leg is
then
Joe
he
to
is
throw
very
first.
close towards the tungsten trapdoor, particularly if Davidson beats Dennant. If he loses this game, Joe Murnan,
95.
he needs Matt Dennant to do him a big, big favour.
On the bright side, Murnan's leg difference isn't that different to
100.
Davidson, but it's the points that shine off the page. If we look at the second round yesterday,
81.
Murnan lost to Davidson by 4 legs to 3. Their averages were almost tied. Their doubles were both excellent. In contrast, this performance,
43.
the doubles are perfect, but the scoring has disappeared. That's a little bit better.
129.
What he has done is hold through up quite well. But he wants to play better than quite well.
100. $58.
27th of February was a very, very big day in the career of another burgeoning talent.
125. Joe, you require
still around.
138.
He's got his troubles, but he's still succeeding. But 15 years ago today, Michael Smith got his first
Adam, you
PDC
require
title
133.
in 2011. That was 4 years before Joe Murnan would get his
93.
title.
Joe, you require 20.
He would not add to his.
Game
But he has
shot in
added
the
to his
fifth
leg tally there. He's holding really well.
And it's all he has to do. 3 out of 3 on the doubles, 3-2 up, and he's doing his job on
Sixth leg,
throw.
it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Here's a little bit of a one for you, Henry. I don't know whether you remember this. But then again, I don't know how old you were in 2005.
I was 4.
Right, so probably you wouldn't
60.
remember this then. Colin Lloyd won the West Tyrone Open in 2005.
58.
And if my memory serves me right, he beat Dennis Priestley in the final. And his last leg to win the title was a 9-darter.
Jeez.
There is some footage of that online somewhere. It's just
100.
in the dark depths of YouTube.
Basically, page 12.
Imagine that, though.
46.
Winning a tournament on a 9-darter. I'm pretty sure it's that one. It was definitely beating Priestley in the final.
And the fact that it's footage of it means that it's not one of those hearsay things that was
100.
plaguing that period
Oh, no,
of time.
people were there. People remember it. Ask Lauby about it. He'll tell you the full story.
Because we all remember back then, everybody
100.
lost averaging 100.
It's amazing how many games Alex Roy lost when he was constantly hitting 12-darters. I love Alex. I miss that guy so much. He was such
60.
good company.
It's a funny old game, Jim.
Someone who I don't even know if Alex plays anymore.
83.
But if he decided to get the darts out again, play some ADC stuff, and he was here, I would petition to be here that week because Alex is tremendous. He's such a great guy. Full of life, full of positivity.
95.
He's the kind of person who lights up a room. He's tremendous.
So 86 a Windspear to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
138.
It has been a game where the holder pro has dominated everything. But if Windspear doesn't convert, Murnan has left himself in handy enough range to win the game for 2. 88. And it goes into the bottom corner. And for the second time in as many games, we go all the way to a last leg decider.
The doubling stats are really interesting in this game.
To throw first.
Murnan hasn't missed a dart at double.
60.
Windspear's missed 7. And yet here we are. There you go, confirmation of it. And last night, in Group B, Simon Whitlock did have a game
24.
where he was 3 from 3 on the doubles, and he did not get a 4th opportunity. Needless to say,
100.
this is a sport of opportunity. If you do not get that 4th dart at double, you run the risk of losing out. And that's what happened to Whitlock against Scott Taylor in his first game last night. Averaged 90.5, 3 out of 3 on the doubles, and Scott Taylor beat him by 4 legs to 3.
Scott Taylor won every match last night
45.
and is top of the table going into the finale of that group. That's live from 10 tonight here on the Pluto TV network.
66. 125.
Really good pick off that. I know it doesn't leave him on a finish, but it leaves himself very close.
Wrong. You don't go 20s on 271. I didn't mean that to come across
100.
brutal, but unfortunately at this level, when you're in this kind of mire, you need to do everything right. And what has Joe done?
128.
He's almost done everything right.
Yeah, that was more poor execution than poor practice. However, he's going to get a couple of darts, providing he stays straight to win this
55.
contest and to
Joe, you
just
require
ask a
43.
probing question of Andy Davidson. Tops of the match
Game
and tops of the
shot
win,
and
and 4 out of 4 in
Murnan.
terms of the doubling. He held to perfection there, Joe Murnan, and he just keeps himself an outside sliver of hope. Beats Adam Windspear by 4 legs to 3 to reduce the gap to 2. Next up, we're going to see George Munoz and Danny Lauby. They're now the bottom 2 in the group. 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Bennett steps up, and Richie Bennett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in live now. Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximin. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
So live darts available every Saturday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Scan that QR code, it takes you through to the ticketing page. We have 12 normal weeks and the Champions Week at the middle of April, and then that'll be followed by the third edition of the international pairs. So if you do want to join us for a night at the darts, do have a look at that QR code and it will take you over to the Darts World store. Well, we're not going to see George Munoz and Danny Lauby tomorrow night unless they do pay the £5 at dartsworldstore.com, because the position that they're in, Lauby will have to win every match. George Munoz now cannot make it through to 10 points in the group. And so this feels like a game where the pair are playing for pride. The United States of America up against Greece in game number 5 of 15 that we're broadcasting to you this afternoon. We're here on the Pluto TV network of channels. Thank you for joining us. And don't forget, if you do miss any of the action, then you can head over to our YouTube channel following the end of the day's play, where we have a comprehensive highlights package of everything that's happened throughout the
45
course of the day. And as I say, if you head over to Darts World Store, there is a dedicated Modus Super Series
16
page. Now, tickets are still available for Series 13's Champions Night. And just having a look, I think there's only a handful left. So if you do want to be there for it, then you'll have to be
16
rather quick. And as I say, you've got the international pairs. You've also got the 5th double trouble available as well. Now, that's taking place in July. Sorry, not July, 1st of August. Pretty much July. But you can get tickets for that as well. I mean, it is. It's just not July.
59
You get my drift.
Yeah, your drift is that August is pretty much July.
Well, the 1st of August pretty much is.
66 134
I think you're right about these two. It's all about pride now. It's about what can they do by the end of the day.
100
I think I know what George's motivation should be by the end of his 5th game of the day. Get more than one win.
84.
Don't settle for one.
Georgia require 91.
Try and get 2, because he hasn't been able to do that this week.
Yes.
41 remaining. Make that 40 remaining.
Game
Made that
shot in
nothing
the first leg,
remaining.
George Munoz.
And Munoz takes the opening rubber.
Second leg is Danny to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday at this stage, Lauby was starting to play some pretty tidy stuff. Had an 85 average against George
53.
and 50% on his doubles. That was about as tidy a game as he's played this week.
$62.
What I really want to know is what is George looking at when he throws the dart?
100.
When a basketballer has got the ball in hand and they're just about to throw a three-pointer or a free throw from the line,
41.
what do you think they're looking at? They're looking at the net. They're not looking at the ball. Or in the case of Michael Jordan, who
134.
once had a free throw go in with eyes closed, he was looking at the back of his eyelids. But my point is, they're not looking at the
43.
ball, and dart players don't look at the dart. But for some reason, George does. I think if you told him to stop doing that now, it would
100.
feel really weird for him.
Well, Lauby first to finish, leaving himself 114 after 12.
60. Danny,
And he's going to have plenty of time and space to level the game up at one apiece. And he's going to need the full luxury of time to get us back
74.
on terms.
$100. Danny, you require 40.
He's trying to calibrate on tops, isn't he? He's just not got the answers at the minute.
22.
And that's not gone well either. And if you survey the way that his darts land in the board, he does not like double 9.
60. Danny, you require 18.
He's going to have a crack at it. It's less than ideal.
Game
But look
shot
at the
in
way
second
that
leg,
dart was
Danny
veering in the
Lauby.
air. That is a special shot from Danny.
Third leg is George to throw first. Game on.
I don't know, Henry. I'm trying to figure out where he goes from here. Has he got to try and find a way to straighten the darts up in the board?
100.
Maybe he can have a bit of a word with his equipment manufacturer about getting something that straightens it up. Or is this just part of his
97.
game? Lots of questions to ask, lots of questions to answer over the next few months.
100. $85.
Sometimes you can have a day where you put your own darts in the case and you just go and throw with everybody else's. And it might unlock something that you didn't know.
81.
Well, the irony is he's quite close pals with Simon Whitlock. Now, if there's anybody that likes to tinker and try and find that extra 1%,
59.
it's him. So actually, there's a little bit of me that's surprised that he hasn't tried to take a leaf out the Wizard notebook.
He might do after this trip. I wouldn't be surprised.
118.
You know what Simon's like? You might send him away with some stems made from lolly sticks. Simon Whitlock could go to the moon and say, I could make a set of darts out of that. He could be the only person to have a set of darts made of moon rocks. Double 16 and a 2-1 lead for Munoz.
George Munoz.
Two tremendous finishes here of 91 and 102.
Fourth leg is Danny to throw first. Game
All right, that leads me to my next question. If you were going to send one dart player to the moon,
100.
who would it be and why? And I know what you're like, Mr. Politician. You can't get out of this.
41.
You've got to answer it.
Now, the question is, do they have access to their mobile phone
No
and social
questions.
media?
No questions.
Well, no, it's an important question.
No, it isn't.
21.
Because they don't have reception on the moon.
So that means that they don't. So it means that they have no access to the world.
They're on the moon.
85.
Yeah, the last thing I heard, Vodafone didn't have any cell towers on the moon.
60.
Answer the question.
Connor Scott, because he can stop bullying me. You can't moan about my barb, about the barb he had.
Well, the Oki would have to be 6 times as far away because of the gravity. So effectively, the darts Oki would be 42 feet. Well, actually,
53.
a lot further than that. It's closer to 8 feet, isn't it? So, yeah, it'd be nearly 50 feet. And it would take the darts a bit of time to get to the board.
94.
Actually, can I change my
Daniel
answer? Richard North.
167.
Because he'll still try and start a conversation from up there.
Okay, interesting.
97.
Anyway,
Georgia
104
require
for Munoz
104.
to go 3-1 to the goods.
The finishing maestro
84.
Munoz misses
Danny, you require 70.
for the first time in this contest.
Nothing is coming easy at all for Danny Lauby.
Game shot.
However, you've got to give him credit for the recovery there, because that could have so easily gone wrong.
Yeah, his darts are going in the board like a plane
leg is
flies
George
onto the
to go
runway
first.
in
Get him
windy
up.
conditions. The way his darts sit, he's got to make friends with the right-hand side of the board because the left-hand side is just so hard.
100.
Doubles like 4, 18, 10, 6, 15 potentially.
100.
So it would be Richard North and not Connor Scott.
Yeah, Richard North, because I reckon he could still have a conversation
60.
from the moon with somebody.
$100.
For me, Darren Webster.
Because he'd probably try and construct something.
He'd still be able to build something.
100.
And he's great in his own company. And I think if aliens landed on the moon and we needed a good representation of the
44.
human race, Darren would be really friendly and say, come on in, I'll build you something. They'd have a hard time understanding him. But then we all do.
140.
See, that's the kind of conversation I like to have with people when I'm talking about this sport. It doesn't have to be, who's the best? Who's the top 10 in the world? How about if you had to send a dart player to the moon and why, who would it be?
89.
He could have won this
Danny,
game by now. He's had 4 darts at a double, over 4 legs, and he could have been looking at a 3-2 deficit.
133.
So
Georgia
2
required
6s for
12.
Munoz to go 3-0 to the 3-2 to the goods.
That one's veered.
6.
And it flicks the
Danny,
flight of the
required
first
24.
dart. That one just kicked a little bit to the left. And all of a sudden, the left-hand
shot
side of
the
the
fifth
board
leg,
is proving to be
Danny Lauby.
kind for the American. A game he could have lost. Now he has the darts to
Big
win it
leg is Danny
4-2.
to throw first.
Well, if
Game
Munoz loses this game, he'll see this as the game that got away from him. Because he should be done. He should be out of it. He should have won this contest by now.
85.
It's like that old Richie Burnett phrase. He could be 5-0 up, but he's losing 3-2.
$100.
Here's another question for you. If aliens landed on Earth
59.
and they said, we want to play one of your humans, but we're going to play it on our planet, who are you sending?
41.
And you can't say a littler.
100.
I don't have a solid reason as to why. I'm just saying you can't send him.
Well, I send Luke Humphries instead.
100.
I would send Johnny Clayton. Because if you look at his career, he's got this uncanny knack of winning on away soil.
137.
Denmark, Austria, the Netherlands. He's played all of their big guns on their turf and he's beaten them all. He's the best away player I've ever seen.
100. Danny, you require
Well,
120.
I don't know how Danny Lauby's in this position to win the match.
Darts is a very
16.
fair sport.
George, you require 160.
It's a reflection of what you hit and what you don't. Lauby's hit more than Munoz, and he has to hit this to survive. He's had opportunities, and they have
80.
been
Danny, you require 60.
good opportunities, but he's missed too many of them.
Double top for the match.
Game
Double
shot
top for
and
the
the match,
win.
Danny
Well, it was a
Lauby.
game that was categorised by missed doubles on George Munoz's part. But Danny Lauby gets over the line. He seals a 4-2 win. It's not going to be enough in terms of his race to get through this Saturday night, but it's at least a morale booster for him. 4-2, the margin of victory for Danny Lauby against George Munoz. Coming up after the break, Matt Dennant takes on Andy Davidson, game 6 of our session. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Danny Lauby got the better of George Munoz by 4-2. Game 6, a meeting between Matt Dennant and Andy Davidson. And it's a big game at the top of the table. Dennant on 12 wins this one. Then he will find himself 6 clear of Joe Murnan, with 6 points left to play for. Now, it wouldn't absolutely mathematically 100% send himself through to tomorrow night's final, but it would put him very, very close to it. As for Andy Davidson, 10 points to his name, wins this, he moves on to 12. Level with Dennant, 4 clear of Murnan. Whatever happens, this is not good news for Joe Murnan. The best result for him is Matt Dennant to win, and he just sail off into the sunset.
Absolutely.
30.
There are no friends in the table. There are no friends in these fixtures. But there are results that can assist you. And if
60.
Murnan wants to make a second consecutive Saturday, he could really do with Davidson stumbling here.
43.
It's kind of hard to believe that this is only the second game that Matt's played
60.
today. It feels like a long time since we last saw him, which was game 2, when he was beating Murnan by 4 legs to 1.
140.
Yeah, lots has happened since then. 2 4-3s and a 4-2 off the back of a couple of quick games to kick the session off.
100.
And he's certainly the standard bearer as far as this group is concerned. And
84.
we mentioned how he's playing to a tight, but he kind of continued that in his opening game, average of 91.24. 4 for 7 in terms of his doubling in that 4-1 win over Murnan, which
100.
is giving him breathing space at the top of the table.
Do you know what Dennant's got that Danny doesn't?
125.
Balance.
Matt, you require 81.
Look at the way he throws the dart. He's got that dart balanced in his grip. It looks very delicate. But when he goes for the target, it's straight and true.
Matt Dennant.
When that dart hits the board, and on that occasion he's hit his target, but even when he misses, it's going in the board straight. And one of the reasons for that, it's not just his very nice throw.
99.
It's the construction of this barrel. Look at it. It's front weighted, which does help that cause.
81.
There's a lot of people going down this route now with front loaded barrels because it allows the weight at the end of the barrel
28.
to carry. Do you know who started this trend? In modern darts, I'm not going to go down the route of Leighton Rees and Dennis Priestley, who've done it in previous
59.
generations. But at the minute, it's all about Nathan Aspinall.
135.
Matthew Dennant, for me, is almost the dictionary definition of a pro's pro. Doesn't do anything wrong. Everything you look at in terms of technique, setup, preparation, execution is pretty much bang on point.
Yeah, one thing that's never, ever been said about Dennant. Oh, that's a good draw. Nobody's ever going to say that either.
100. Andy, you're 116.
And you'll be the first to back this up. The biggest compliment that you can get is compliments from your peers.
Correct, yeah.
60.
He is highly respected.
121.
More so if he hits a 1-2-1.
$53.
Treble-less, yes.
Andy, you require 56.
What a bonus opportunity it was to break the throw. And he might still get the chance.
24. Matt, you require 68.
So 68 for Dennant to double the lead to 2-0. 16 for double. That's actually perfect for him. He could almost use it as a reverse bumper.
Andy, you require 32.
But his miss on that target allows Davidson free at double 16 and now double 8.
Andy Davidson.
And we're back on terms. Levels, you devils. 1-1.
The leg is Matt to throw first. Game on.
There it is again. All day yesterday, that first start was being planted.
121.
And then you walk away disappointed with a 1-2-1 start.
30. $93.
I wonder what Dennant's going to be playing this year. We know that he's going to do the Challenge
85.
Tour. Referenced that yesterday. He's going to be playing here. A little bit of ADC. I don't think he's going to be throwing his hat into the ring like, say, Adam Mould would, where he's going to play almost everything.
58.
But I think he'll play little bits and bobs.
Well, he's kind of said it himself. If the whole of this year just leads up to January next year.
99.
That's all he wants is his tour card back. Everything else is surplus to requirements for him.
Yeah, you're not going to find
60.
him travelling to
Matt,
places
you're
like
130.
Latvia, Estonia on the WDF tour. That's not his bag.
94.
I think this will be his number one priority this year in terms of competition.
Yeah, I think it should be, actually.
45.
Because it fits in
Matt,
with
you
his
require
lifestyle
36.
perfectly.
Double 18 to go 2-1 to the good. Now that's perfect. Surely now.
18.
Luckily, he's got time on his side.
Oh, that's a miss. We've been lauding him for the last couple of days, but that third dart there, that was a miss.
45. Matt,
Because
you
that double
require
18 was about
18.
twice the size as it should be. This time he gets it
Shot on the
right.
third leg,
2-1
Matt
lead.
Dennant.
Do you know what his nickname should be instead of the scholar? Should be the doctor.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game up.
His initials are MD.
Dr. Dennant.
He will see you now.
40.
Sounds more like a threat.
Well, unfortunately for Davidson, he's going to be seeing some doctors pretty soon.
115.
Some very clever ones as well. But they could indeed
80.
make his life so much easier. And we all pray that they do, because he's been through enough.
60.
Yeah, I had a chat with Andy yesterday for an interview which will be on the YouTube channel, and I'm sure will be across Pluto
60.
TV in due course. Very, very insightful. And actually, he requested, when he got the invite to play here, to do an interview because he wanted to explain
46.
what the last couple of years have been like with the withdrawals here. And more than anything, the withdrawal from the WDF World
96.
Championship, because for him, like many players, to play at an iconic venue like Lakeside may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he was absolutely gutted that he couldn't do that.
140.
I sincerely hope he gets the chance in the future. But that's based on what he
96. Matt, you
does,
require
and also based
140.
on what the WDF does.
Another. Double 10.
120.
Well, he gave that last
Andy,
one
you require
every chance.
129.
He's so threatening right now. Bull.
104.
That was a threat as well.
Matt, you require
That could have been
20.
Davidson back in the match, and now he might be 2 behind. Well, these can be markers if you can find the right angle.
No score. Andy, you
He's
require
unable to get, and so
25.
Davidson returns to 25 to level up at 2-2. Double 8
Game
is
start on the fourth
found,
leg,
and we're
Andy
back on
Davidson.
terms. Joe Murnan will be looking at this rather pensive right now.
Fifth leg is Matt to throw first.
Think about how many darts at double Matt's
Game
had. 12. Usually that's enough for him to get the victory. Here, he's still in a deadlock.
81.
So you mentioned the later. We know for a fact that it's going to be returning to Frimley Green this year because tickets are on sale for the tournament.
46.
But like any venue, you just never know how long the shelf life's going to be.
Well, the thing is, we've got to be honest, and we've got to be candid
96.
when it comes to everything. Alexandra Palace is about to change. They're going to take it to the Great Hall. They're going
43.
to switch things around to allow more fans to go in there. That's a great move. I think the PDC have been patient in that regard, and they're doing exactly the right thing because the icon status of the venue
85.
at Christmas time, it makes perfect sense. They were never going to move it. But think about how much Alexandra Palace had to do to make that
140.
possible. It took them more than a year to get the infrastructure of the place right so that that was possible. As for Lakeside, I don't know the ins and outs.
140.
I think everybody within the world would love that championship to stay there forever. That's not
40.
possible.
Matt, you require 99.
Something's going to change. Oh, interesting. Double 16.
Game
He just
shot in
takes
the
it
fifth lane,
immediately.
Matt
He
Dennant.
takes 2 20s out of the equation and just gets rid of it with 5 16s.
With an
Legs
efficiency
Andy
and
to
without
throw
a flicker of
first. Game
emotion,
on.
Dennant leads 3-2. From the best of my understanding is the WF want that tournament still to be at Lakeside, and I believe the broadcaster that's
29.
broadcasting the event want it to stay there because of the history and the heritage of the venue. However, there's a lot more at play than that, as we both know.
Yeah, there is.
180.
Right now, the thing in play is Matty Dennant, who is sick of being in trouble in this game.
64.
That's his first 180 of this match. The broadcaster wants to take that
57.
tournament there. The WDF want to have the tournament there. The players want to have it there. The fans want it there. But it's not up to any of them.
60.
It's up to the person who owns it. That's where things get a bit sketchy.
60.
And what I would implore anybody, if you've never been there
60.
before and you do get the chance to get tickets to it, you have to go.
And go now. Just in case something does change. Because if something does and they don't go back there, you're just going to be scratching your
84.
head saying, well, I wish I'd gone. So do yourself a favour and just do it. From someone who never played at
84.
Lakeside,
Matt, you require 120.
but actually worked there, it's something you have to experience.
Beautiful guide. Double top. Well, it's a
Game shot,
99 in the
and
previous
Matt
leg, and that
Dennant.
120 wraps the job up for Matt Dennant. A 4-2 win, and he is pretty much home and hosed now. The Scholar keeps up his 100% record in this group. He gets the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. Work for Joe Murnan. He has to beat Danny Lauby after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds worth of action in this Group C. And before the break, Matt Dennant got the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. So he's very much now on the cusp of qualification through to tomorrow night's final. And we can have a look at that now by showing you the table. He's 6 points clear, 6 left to play for. So effectively 1 win for him or 1 defeat for Joe Murnan will see him in. That's Randy Davidson. The gap for him now back to just 2 points. And as you can see, him and Joe Murnan are now level in terms of legs difference. So if Murnan wins this next game here against Danny Lauby, as he will be expected to, then he will get the jump on Davidson, who takes on Munoz in game 9 of the session.
Can I play devil's advocate, Henry?
Of course you can.
But what if Danny wins? He's just won a game. He's just had another good doubling display against George Munoz. 50% against him the last couple of days. So if he wins and he goes to 8 points and Andy Davidson were to lose to Munoz in game 9, all of a sudden, Danny's only 2 points behind second spot. He's not out of this yet.
And it should be noted that Lauby would then take on Adam Windspear, and with Dennant at that point being home and hose, he'll hope that there was a let up from
Danny to throw first.
Dennant in the final game of his session.
Game on.
We don't know how much Danny knows about this situation. He might have crunched his numbers. He's a very smart cookie.
38.
However, this is the portion of the group where he's got nothing to lose now. Just go for it. Whatever you've got.
100.
Give it a smash, as we say, and see if it can result in a Saturday night, which at this stage would
66.
be a bonus. But he's still got a chance. But he's going to have to beat Murnan now.
$85. $59.
Over the years, Murnan has graced the Pro Tour numerous times.
96.
Played against many an international player. And where he lives, he will have seen many an international player
100.
ply their trade.
Joe, you require 140.
Gary Mawson spent an awful lot of time in the northwest of England. That's a lovely dart.
81.
That one isn't.
However, luckily for him, he's got the luxury of a bit of time to mop up this 59.
100.
Lauby leaves
Joe, you
himself on the
require
138. This to get the break he needs at some point in the game. He has to win to give himself the best possible hope of qualifying.
Game shot in the first
Well,
leg. Joe
He'll
Murnan.
take that for starters. It was a rather comfortable break of throw, the truth be told. And Murnan
Second leg is Joe
holds
to
the
throw
early
first.
initiative.
Game on. $58.
I'm trying to understand the significance of the dart shirt for Murnan. I referenced it yesterday when he played his first game.
98.
That was against George Munoz. It looks like he's got a Richter scale on there. Things look fairly dormant for now.
121. $100.
Things might change though. Can you imagine a dart shirt that is reactive to temperature or to noise? See, that's the next level. An interactive
99.
dart shirt. I might have just given away $1 million idea there.
58.
There'll be companies all around the world that will be trying to put a patent on that particular idea. Murnan's got, well, I was going to say prior to that hit into the big
40.
five and then the treble five, has got the game exactly where he wants it, but he's just given Lauby a sliver of an opportunity here.
60.
He might not think it, but Lauby is doing things better now than he was earlier in the week.
45.
But you do wonder where he
45.
goes from here.
Joe,
I
you
wouldn't be
require
surprised if he goes to the Isle of
138.
Man next week.
Well, last time he was at this level, he did ply his trade a lot on the WDF circuit, so it wouldn't be a surprise. And the Isle of Man
36.
is a wonderful
Danny, you
place. I
require
don't know if you've ever been,
140.
but it's amazing.
Yeah, that's where I first met Martin Adams. Spent a bit of time with Martin doing an exhibition there. It's good fun.
100. Joe, you require 102.
You can never not have a good time when you're in the company of Wolfie.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Speaking of good times, tops.
62.
Favourite double does not
Danny,
show
you
up.
require 40.
Now, you may remember in Danny Lauby's previous game against George Munoz, it felt like he was
Game
getting
shot in the second
comprehensively
leg,
outplayed,
Danny
but took
Lauby.
opportunities when they arose. That feels rather similar there. Joe Murnan, you
The leg is
feel as
Danny
if
to go
should be
first.
2-0 up,
Game up.
but Lauby one opportunity at tops, finds the tops and finds himself back on terms.
41. 60.
Joe strikes me as this kind of guy who's not going to openly talk about some of his travels over the years.
129.
He's been all over Europe. He's been at places like Romania and Gibraltar. And being a PDC pro at times over the last 10 years, he's
100.
definitely been to Germany.
Basically becomes a second home.
125.
And the next stop on the European Tour will be Göttingen at the former train factory. About 90 minutes away from Frankfurt. The venue where
60.
Rob Cross became European champion for the first time.
It's an incredible arena, isn't it, with all the old machinery and stuff.
Yeah, it's very dark.
77.
It's a bit mystical. But it's a great darts venue. Incredible acoustics.
It's a little bit like this venue, just on a bigger, grander scale.
60. Danny, you require
Not dissimilar.
129.
You said it. Murnan had a chance to be 2-0 up.
98.
And he could have been 2-1 down already.
I've got to give Danny all the credit here because he is just squeezing his lemon for all it's worth.
105. Danny, you
He's just
require
trying to get
31.
every single ounce out. This ain't his A stuff. But he's trying to make best use. However, that's going to make life awkward. 17 left.
Oh, this could be interesting.
$15. Joe,
You can't quite do what Oscar
116.
Lukasiak did earlier in the week. In taking got a check out with 3 doubles. 3 different doubles.
60. Danny, you require 16.
But he can still take the lead.
Game
The lead
shot
is
for third
his.
leg, Danny Lauby.
Murnan today has been struggling to get results.
Fourth leg is Joe.
He was
to
struggling
21st.
to get the win against Windspear in Game 4. He just about got there. He was taken out by Dennant, who played a really
96.
good game in Game 2. And this is troublesome.
I'm going to go back to that
100.
game against Andy Davidson for Danny Lauby where he lost 4-3, had opportunities. There's a possibility that game, come the end of the session, could come back to haunt him somewhat.
58.
Yeah, I agree. Imagine if he'd won that one now. This is the retrospect.
129.
Davidson would be sitting on 8. Lauby would be sitting on 8. And he wins this game. He's in second position.
22.
Proves your point. But he is playing a little bit better, isn't he? This is what some people need. They don't want to go to a Players' Championship event, lose, and be out
40.
by 2 o'clock,
Danny, you can't 167.
playing one competitive game. And the same happening again, and again, and again, and again. When you come here for a week, you'll play more than 20 matches.
42.
And that's what some people need to figure out why they're doing what they're doing.
67. Danny, you can't 125.
Bull Didn't have to chase the 25.
85.
And he's left himself rather handy. And Joe Murnan here is in a lot of trouble. And all of a sudden, oh my goodness me. I'm going to get that.
I'm amazed he stayed on that 60 with that dart dangling there. My goodness.
Tots a 3-1. Double 10. Big dart. Big hit. Matt Dennant all of a sudden's a leg away from qualification. A win for Lauby would see the Scholar through. It would dot the I and cross the T for the Midlander. But it might be his man who nowadays also resides in that part of the world that could do him the biggest favour and may just give himself an outside hope. Because it's also fair to say that we've seen performances from Andy Davidson that hasn't been convincing so far. This would be
60.
2 defeats from 3 for Joe Murnan. There's nothing to suggest that he cannot find his way in amongst the mix come the end of it, Danny Lauby, if he can keep things going.
Not only is Joe not playing his best game, but he's definitely getting Danny at the wrong time.
60.
This average won't be pulling up any trees. But it's the improvement over the last couple of legs that gets our attention.
60.
He's building ahead of steam in this game. I'm not sure Joe's going to get out of this muck.
4 dart was thrown today. Now, he's not going to win the group. But in terms of the group betting, Murnan was placed at 11-1, Lauby 40-1, which also tells you the discrepancy between the chances they thought Murnan had a qualifying and Lauby had a qualifying. But all of a sudden, these two may well be on an equal kilter.
But with all due respect to Danny, this is not about him. This is about Matthew Dennant going to Saturday. He's not lost in this group, but that man is still alive. Just when he thought the American was cooked, he's out of the oven, and he's still possibly got a lot to say. 4-1 victory against Murnan. He is now back in the reckoning.
Matthew Dennant is the first player through. He's qualified out of Group C. As you can see, he's lit up in gold. That's because of Danny Lauby's 4-1 win against Joe Murnan before the break. So to game 8, to the halfway point of the session. And 2, said Matthew Dennant, 2 takes on Adam Windspear. And for the Scholar, well, he's been the best in class of that. There's absolutely no doubt. For Windspear, he's played some decent stuff, but results just haven't quite correlated. So, game 8 of 15 that we're broadcasting this afternoon here on the Pluto TV network of channels. And by this, I suppose, to all intents and purposes for Matthew Dennant, if he can win this, and he just makes sure, guarantees he tops the group.
Pretty much. And takes the #1 spot going into Saturday night, which does have some gravitas. And last week it was great for Alex Williams. He won 10 out of 10.
First leg is
By
Adam
doing
to
that,
go
he will
first.
officially eliminate Adam Windspear from the possibility of making Saturday for the first time. Dennant will start favourite because he's been playing better darts and he's been winning
85.
wherever he's gone this week. He's looked assured, and he might feel a little disappointed that he didn't find his way through the group
96.
by hitting a double himself. It was actually somebody else that put him through.
Well, that's the round-robin format, isn't it? Where sometimes, even if you do as well as Matt Dennant has, other people maybe dictate your destiny.
44.
Whereas in straight knockout, it's simple. You win, you lose, you determine your own fate.
Just do yourself a favour and get to Saturday and play knockout darts in the semis and the final. Hitting 180s in every game now. Had 1 in his first game.
100.
Had 1 in his second, and he's already got 1 in this one.
90.
2-time winner on the Challenge Tour is Matt. Not for 5 years. Hasn't really needed the Challenge Tour a great deal over the last few years.
83. Matt, you require 135.
But he would love to get back on that winning streak on that tour at some point in 2026.
59.
Playing the way he is. Would anybody doubt him? Some of the numbers on that Challenge Tour at the minute, they are scary.
Frightening. And it's no surprise that the players that
60.
get their tour
Matt, you
card
require
courtesy of winning the
76.
Challenge Tour, getting in the top 2 spots, tend to keep their space on tour. Dennant looks at double top.
56.
Just drops
Adam,
lower the
you
mark. I
require
mean, look at the likes of Robert
129.
Owen. Won it for the Challenge Tour. Hasn't been back here since. Connor Scott. Wesley Plazier.
That was a chance.
93. Matt, you require
It's amazing
20.
how many people, when they go for 2 double 18s, they get the single, and then they don't go for a 14 to leave tops thereafter. They go for another 18.
15.
That's a slip.
Adam, you require 36.
There was a slip in his previous game, but not for long.
Game shot in the first leg.
Double
Adam
9 is foul.
Windspear.
Windspear goes 1 up, 1 to the good. And the other thing as well, when you get to this point of the campaign,
Second leg is Matt to
players
go
are playing for
first.
pride,
Game
playing for places, playing for pounds. And also potentially, if you can impress enough, maybe cast an eye towards the selectors
100.
about another appearance here. Now, just having a look at a little bit of a trend here, Nico. We've played 7 matches so far on this Friday afternoon. 6 of the 7 have gone with throw. The only
100.
exception to that rule was Danny Lauby's 4-2 win over George Munoz.
60.
Look at the fixtures long enough, you'll find a pattern somewhere. It's interesting what you say about this being an audition for possibly getting an invite back.
43.
I think if you're in Adam's sort of stratosphere right now,
100.
if I'm being honest, I don't think he gets invited. I think he has to go back to North Yorkshire and Teesside, and I think he knows in his own mind he's going to have to qualify again. by winning
100.
a qualification tournament or doing something really big in the ADC. And they don't mind that because that's how they got here in the first place.
97.
Realistically, when he came here this week, what did he have to do to warrant an invite into Series 14? Probably, at this stage,
121. Matt,
he'd have to make a final.
144.
That's what I believe.
45. Adam, you require 137.
Second time today, we see a little bit of a mathematical error from Dennant. He's left himself on 99. Should have headed down to leave himself on a 2-darter.
77.
But he has
Matt,
hit
you
it already
require
today.
99.
Yes. And he may hit it again. But he didn't.
59. Adam, you require 60.
Try and say that quickly 4 times in a row. Dennant didn't. Don't do it.
Game shot in the second
Do that.
leg. Adam Windspear.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. And I'm not talking about Dr. Dennant.
Well, we said this before, haven't we? When a player qualifies,
Third
that
is
natural
Adam to throw
adrenaline that
first.
courses through
Game
the
on.
body just begins to run out. And Matt would have known 2 minutes before going on stage that he would have qualified. So I can
60.
imagine there's a potential where he's had a real adrenaline dump here. So actually, if you're Adam Windspear, you've got Matt Dennant at the perfect time. Maybe you're Danny Lauby and he knows exactly what's at stake. He can bring himself back
100.
to a equilibrionic point. Then it becomes a bit more difficult.
You know why you're smiling right now? You've just given us one of your special words again. Equilibrionic.
100.
I think it's a great word.
Everyone likes a bit of
99.
creativity.
Do you know what we need on a
66.
Champions Night? Sometime down the track, as we say in Oz. The sides of the auditorium here, we've got the Modus Super Series logo wherever you look.
92.
Can you imagine if that was just like a football stadium where it was rolling around? And then you could just have the champions' faces going around the whole place on the Saturday night. That would be really cool.
81.
I'm sure it's not going to help the electricity bill. They are those LED advertising hoardings. They are really expensive to
138.
run because of the amount of wiring and the actual bulbs you've got to use and all the rest of it. That is an electricity killer.
I've spoken to some of the people that run companies like that. They can do all sorts.
124. Matt, you require 72.
Oh, Dennant hasn't done yet. Is it a double?
48 left. Double 16. Break
Game
back
shot
in the
third leg,
contest.
Matt Dennant.
And maybe the heart rates come back down to an equal point.
Fourth leg is Matt to throw first. Game on.
When you look at dart players these days, I'm trying to humanize these guys and the girls.
93.
I think we're all guilty sometimes of looking at them without the human factor. This is what Laura Turner's been talking about the last few weeks. We forget about the human element. They are her words.
100.
She's right. But how deep did she go with that statement? When you look at Matt Dennant, what do you see? You see a very, very good dart player, don't you?
140.
And that's the first thing you see, and it's almost the last thing you see. What I see is a humble man, father,
95.
hard worker, talented. If anything, the dart player comes last.
98.
I don't know Adam Windspear at all. Never spoken to him. I'd like to at some point. I wonder what his story is. Everybody's got a story to tell.
41.
But it is
Matt, you require 170.
whether you want to tell it.
Well, we're not going to see a 170 tail for Matt Dennant.
83.
But he's very much on the cusp of leveling this game back up at 2-2. Fortuna behind, and if we're going to be perfectly honest, looked outplayed in the opening couple of legs.
Yeah, he was.
133.
Just watch out here.
Matt,
Windspear
you
is not
require
far behind you.
87.
Last thing you want to do is give him a chance to take a 3-1 lead.
62.
he will get
Adam,
that
you've got
chance, and he will start
132.
where Dennant tried to finish.
Well, that 25 is perfect if he can hit the treble 19, of which he's not up to the task. And so,
64.
Dennant
Matt, you
returning for
require
25 to
25.
square the game up, having trailed 2-0. 2 8s. He's been able to work with these awkward kind of lies quite
Game
well
shot
so
in the
far
fourth
this
leg,
week.
Matt Dennant.
Giving us a bit of a snarl as we return to terms.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Considering that
Game
Matt
on.
is from the West Midlands, it's a very apt thing because today is Jamie Hughes' birthday, and everybody here at the Modus Super Series would like to say a happy birthday to Jamie
100.
and all of his pals.
$59.
Yeah, the big 4-0 for Yozza.
Oh, is he really? You and I know Jamie quite well. I think that's going to be quite
60.
the occasion.
Yeah, it's not going to be quiet, is it?
That'll be fun.
Yeah, managed to spend a little bit of time in Jamie's company
93.
last week. Well, a couple of weeks ago, shall I say, with Scott Mitchell. We went to a popular chain of restaurant for some food, and oh my goodness, he is just the most fun company you could
83.
ever wish to be around.
$59.
There's plenty of fun to be had in Portsmouth over the weekend.
I know, we're playing Hull City at home tomorrow at 12:30.
Oh, didn't know that, but yay!
85.
It's a bit of a come down from drawing Barcelona in the Champions League to Portsmouth versus Hull.
Hey, we're the TV game tomorrow.
100.
And here's a question for you for the next leg, because we're definitely going to get one. Mention that people can tell their story when it comes to darts, and even their personal
70.
journey, like we have found out this week with Andy Davidson. I want to know from you, Henry, whose story you want to know. Who do you want to know more about? Could be someone from the
60.
pro circuit. It could
Adam,
be
you require
someone
103.
who's officiated, maybe even someone who's played here at the Modus Super Series. But what's the next tale here?
71.
Chapter 5
Matt, you
of this
require
game
130.
might still see Dennant ahead. After being 2-0 down, he gets a shot at the bull.
105.
And almost got the
Adam,
ball.
you require 32.
But a miss is as good as a mile. And so Windspear, as a result, gets 3 in hand at double
Game shot
16,
the
of which
fifth
he
leg,
makes
Adam
no
Windspear.
mistake. He's had to weather a bit of a storm here. There's Adam Windspear, but from 2-0 up,
Matt to
being
throw
pegged
first.
back to 2-2, he's now
Game
in
up.
front.
So whose story do you want to hear?
I always love the more abstract
58.
stories. And I want to know somebody that's... Somebody like an Andreas Harrison.
So you want to get to know him a little bit better?
Andreas, someone like Adam Leake, I think
26.
his story is incredible, and he has got some story to tell. But I always enjoy the stories of
97.
people that have come from a long way away to play this sport. Someone like Danny Lauby is a great example of which has up sticks his whole life from not just another country, but another continent.
Yeah, I see your point.
43.
I'll tell you who I'd want to know more about. And it's someone that hasn't played competitive darts for about 2 decades.
96.
I want to know where he is, and I want to know what he's doing. Now, that sounds really intrusive, doesn't it?
Very.
I'm just curious. Because when I was reading Darts World magazine in my
100.
early 20s, I thought, this guy's incredible. I want to know more about him. And I still don't know much about this guy. It's Richie Davies, nicknamed Lamb Chop, former Lakeside
135.
finalist. He was the best player in Wales at one point, and he doesn't even want to play at any level anymore. And I'd love to know what he does these days.
81.
Lost
Matt,
to
you require
Barney, didn't he? No free.
115.
Indeed he did.
So 115. Can't be done now.
83.
Double 16 can be.
60.
Question
Matt, you
is,
require
which
32.
dart will he get it in?
Game
The
shot on
first
stick
one.
leg, Matt Dennant.
And we're going the distance.
Seventh and final leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Just done a bit of a double check
Game
here.
on.
This is the first time that Dennant's been taking the distance in this group.
So what you're saying is every single time he's been
140.
getting it done by a margin.
He has, up until now. His undefeated streak in this group is at risk for the first time.
140.
And so what does he do when his opponent hits a 140 to start? He responds in kind.
And you're the kind of professional that Matt is.
55.
Do you think he's going to say, okay, I've been in trouble in this game. It's all right. I'm still through. Right now, what he's saying to
44.
himself is, I'm not losing this game. I am not losing this game. I want to have 8 from 8.
Well, it's that champions mentality, isn't it? Winning, breeding, winning. And the more you win, the better you feel. And the more you win, the more you feel
140.
unassailable. So Windspear leaving himself on a bogey. But irrespective of
100.
that, he's going to get 6 on this 166 to become the first player to A, potentially get a match dart to beat Dennant, and then B, beat him.
82.
It's a great second dart.
$93.
One treble.
And you require 84.
Gets him down to a range where he only needs 1 treble to get a shot to win the match. What on
43.
earth?
Matt, you require 124.
I'm lost for words. Bullseye.
93. Adam, you
We'll talk
require
about what
41.
Windspear did previously in another game. Let's see if he can win this one.
Well, he's missed a big number, 23 left. Well, this is becoming a bit of a mess, if the truth be told. However, it is a match dart at double 10,
31.
and it's a match dart miss. It's the
Matt, you
first dart
require
that Matt Dennant's had
31.
against him to lose a contest, but he's going to get 2 of his own to win it. To win it against Winnie, double 8.
Game
And win it
shot.
against
And the
Winnie,
match,
he
Matt
will.
Dennant.
And that winning run continues. So Matthew Dennant, that is now 8 out of 8. And he just continues to breathe past the opposition. A sigh of relief, that was his hardest battle yet. But he manages, just like all others, to conquer in the end. Andy Davidson takes on George Munoz on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Matt Dennant get the better of Adam Windspear by 4 legs to 3. So that win pretty much guarantees top spot in this group for Matt Dennant. Just needs to cross the I's and dot the T's. And that would be confirmed if Andy Davidson loses this match against George Munoz, who is still searching for that elusive first win of the group. Lost out 4-1 to Adam Windspear at the start of the session, and then 4-2
Andy to throw first.
to Danny Lauby in game 2. As for Andy Davidson, we saw a really
45.
good level of performance from him on Thursday, but he hasn't been able to replicate that so far in this session. But because of the damage he did and the fact that he was
59.
able to beat Danny Lauby in the first game of the afternoon session for him, he's given himself a bit of
95.
breathing space, given himself a bit of room for manoeuvre. If he wins this, he goes full clear of Joe Murnan. There'll be just 4 points left to play for, and Murnan and Davidson do go head-to-head in
30.
game 11 of the day, which makes life rather interesting for Danny Lauby, who plays Adam Windspear in the game after, because
59.
he needs Munoz to win this game. He needs to beat Windspear, and then he could do with Murnan winning the game thereafter.
If you're part of the chasing pack, just keep winning.
125.
And that includes Andy. He's in charge right now.
121.
He's the one who has the points advantage. And this being the last game of round 3, this is officially his game in hand on everyone.
66.
And if he wins it, 4-point gap with 2 games to play. Doesn't get much better than that.
Maximum
52.
capital gains.
There's also something else on the line here. This is their 5th game of the week. It's going to be their
140.
last.
129.
It's 2-2. Oh,
Shot in the
Andy.
first leg,
Still got
Andy
it.
Davidson.
Great shot.
Well, that was doubly
leg is
delicious,
George to throw
doubly
first.
delightful for
Game on.
Davidson. A 1-2-9. Just when Munoz was asking a few questions, he manages to hang on to his throw.
100.
Shots like that just look better when they're fast.
86.
But are we doing Andy a disservice by calling him fast? Because it feels like he's quicker than that.
100.
He's like Usain Bolt in a dash at the London Olympics.
It's pretty quick.
59.
You know what the difference is between Andy Davidson and Usain Bolt from the 2012 Olympics?
Go on.
There's no Swedish volleyball team coming to the party.
41.
No pole vaulters then.
Yeah, apparently when Usain Bolt was getting ready for the 100 metres, or maybe a
140.
celebration after winning it, he was having a party with part of the Swedish Olympic team.
$60.
Davidson 6 starts here to get the break and to lead this game 2-0.
135.
And he's going at a fair pace. And a fair whack and a fair bit of accuracy. 8-1 left after 12. And
60.
Munoz could be out of
Andy
here in about
require
7 minutes flat
81.
here. If not less.
His quickest game of the week is 6:35.
140.
He's going to have to go great guns if he wants to beat that. Quickest leg of the week, I believe, is 69
60.
seconds.
Andy, you require 12.
That was from Alex Small.
No score.
He's messing
Georgia
around,
require 80.
offering George a chance, which he maybe doesn't deserve. There goes that chance.
40. Andy, you require 12.
So 2 sixes for Davidson to double up his advantage. Double 3 down south.
6.
And this leg could be
Georgia
going south for the
require
Scot.
40.
Leg 1, perfect on the doubles. Leg 2, it shows you how difficult darts can be.
20. Andy, you require 6. Game
That'll
shot
work.
in the second leg.
2-0
Andy
it is.
Davidson.
And he's definitely not going to break 6.5 minutes.
No, he's hardly breaking sweat so
Third
far,
leg is
but
Andy
it's
to throw
enough
first.
up
Game
to
on.
press.
Scotland are going to the World Cup this year, aren't they?
In the football they are, yes. They had that incredible game against Denmark to qualify. They're in the same group as Brazil.
Oh, that's fun.
They play them at 2 o'clock in the morning.
28.
It's going to be a good party.
I think they were Brazil and Haiti, and I'm not sure about the other team. I think it's one of the qualifying
81.
teams. And of course, with the 48 team World Cup, some of the best third place teams make it through. So the rule in the
16.
Euros tends to be if you get 4 points, then you usually get in and slip in third position.
85.
The last time the World Cup was in the United States back in 1994, England and Scotland and Wales did not qualify. That was the infamous summer
100.
where everybody was just a little bit Irish.
Jack Charlton, the manager, wasn't he?
Indeed. Ray Houghton got a very
96.
famous goal. And everybody melted because it was a ridiculously hot summer.
100.
That was the
81.
summer, ironically, which was so hot. However, the most popular song was from Wet, Wet, Wet. Love is All Around from 4 Weddings and a Funeral.
Oh, it was out there, yeah, wasn't it?
83. And
How do you know that?
18.
You weren't born.
You know me and useless knowledge. And treble 16 ball there, Davidson,
86.
because the treble
Georgia require
20 was
130.
blocked after dart 1. Munoz, realistically, he's got one plan attack. Ball.
98. Andy, you require 32.
I don't think he's going to get a look at that. But I've been
16.
wrong before.
Georgia require 32.
And so Munoz to get back into the
Shot in
game.
the third leg. George Munoz.
To break back, and all of a sudden, this contest has returned to throw. And Davidson is looking a rather frazzled
Fourth leg
figure
is
right
George
now.
to throw first. Game on.
Not the kind of frazzles he likes.
Now, they are a proper packet of crisps. Frazzles. I can't
100.
see you as a crisp man.
I'm not getting into this debate.
When was the last time you had a packet of crisps?
A week
90.
ago?
I want to ask more questions, but we're commentating on a darts match.
140. $40.
Although I am off the crisps a little bit more at the minute on the diet.
180.
Well, that's a full fat visit. Still doesn't get him to a finish, though.
$101.
Okie dokie. What was he doing there?
I mean, there's been some rather questionable ways of
81.
doing
Georgia
things over the
requires
last couple of
60.
games.
Questionable? There's questionable, then there's just plain wrong.
20.
I don't know what he
Andy,
was doing
you
on
are
19s.
110.
He did have 6 darts in that position, so I'm not saying that's wrong. It's just unusual. But if you want to talk about
78.
wrong, you want to talk
Georgia
about what
require 40.
just happened with Adam Windspear on 64 with 2 darts in hand. He went for 2 double 16s. Do you get an Eric Claris manual for Christmas?
No
Oh,
score.
that's it. I hit his own flight.
Andy, you require 32.
And the scrum put up enough as there is. Double 16.
Game shot
For
on
the
the
break
fourth
and a
leg. Andy
3-1
Davidson.
lead for Andy Davidson.
Last time I'm going to mention it. 84 to win the
Fifth leg
game
is Andy to throw first. Game on.
against an opponent who has not lost. You could be the first person to beat him. You've hit a big 20. You've got 64 left, and you decide to go 2 double 16s. Not 14 bull or treble 14 double 11. On what planet is that right? And there's no planet in any universe where that is right.
95.
Sure, you can find out more about it on the Pluto
43.
TV Geography and Science channels.
Well, Pluto's not a planet.
45.
You can thank Neil deGrasse Tyson for that.
$45.
Well, Davidson now very much knocking on the
125.
door, and with that visit, it looks like he is very much close to being home and hosed. 56 left after 12, potential 5 visit leg to get the job done. There's been some
60,
missed doubles
and
in there,
Uruguay 56.
but the truth be told, he has just been a class above George Munoz. But he cannot put the
36.
cap or the seal on it just yet.
You give that man a hat and you'll call him Andy Cap, which is a very famous character.
Yeah, let's not talk about his
100,
German
and you
equivalent, though.
require
Anyway, double
20.
10.
Game shot.
Is
and the
found
match,
for a
Andy
4-1
Davidson.
win for Andy Davidson. He gets the better of George Munoz, and he now passes the baton over to Joe Murnan, because that win puts him onto 12 points. He passes the baton over to Danny Lauby, who has to win both his games, has to win both games big. And we're going to see whether he can win big against Windspear in a couple of moments. So, welcome back. We are 3/5 of the way through our session here in Group C. 9 games down, and we know the first player through, and that player being Matthew Dennant. That was courtesy of a 4-3 win over Adam Windspear. And as you can see, he has a gap over Andy Davidson of 4 points. Davidson has a gap of 4 over Joe Murnan in 3rd position. And it means that Davidson is very much in the box seat. Now, if Adam Windspear beats Danny Lauby here, and then he gets the better of Joe Murnan, well, irrespective if he beats Joe Murnan, then he will qualify through to tomorrow night's final. However, if the next couple of games don't go to plan, well, the walls could very much close in on the rat-a-tat-tat Scott. And as quickly as he risen up to 2nd position, is as quickly as he could fall like a pogo stick as he takes on Adam Windspear in game number 10 of the afternoon session here on Pluto TV. Lauby is still hanging in there.
First leg, it's Adam.
How, I don't quite know, but
Game on.
he's given himself at least a floating chance, some kind of outside hope, but from here on in, he needs every single result to
60.
go his way to stand a chance of making a return to the Saturday night fold.
100.
The only American player to have qualified for a Champions Week, and he's hoping that the first time was so nice that he's going to do it twice.
125.
At this stage, do you think that he believes he's got a chance?
140.
There is such a thing as a nice surprise in this sport, because if you play round robin long enough, you know the permutations roughly.
45.
But you might never have been in this situation where you think, okay, I've left myself with too much to do. But if you keep winning
60.
and you have that mindset, at the end of the day, when he plays Matt Dennant, if you were to beat him, he'd think, well, that was fun. Next thing you know, the players' marshal says, beat here at 4:30 on Saturday night then. It's happened before.
Well, Scott Mitchell was waiting for a taxi
60.
to collect him, thinking that he was out. He was checking out of his Airbnb, and then once he checked out the Airbnb, he got told, well, you're coming back tomorrow night, sir.
100. Danny, you've got 141.
He had to beg, borrow, and steal a room. And unfortunately, there was no room at the inn.
81.
So he had a stray
Adam,
dog
you've
in
got
Portsmouth for a few
126.
hours.
So he was in, there was no room at the inn, and he had to be out.
Because he was in.
Correct.
Bull!
92. Danny, you've got 60.
That's the shortest sentence you've ever said.
Game shot in the first leg.
Well, something's
Danny
starting to work
Lauby.
for Danny here. He's growing in confidence a little bit. It's nice to see.
Second leg is
I just
Danny
hope
to throw
that-
first. Game on.
Come the end of it, he could do something that, and he'll feel like he can come away with it with something to build on. Because, as you mentioned all week long, he's such an
100.
impossibly nice guy, is Danny. And he's one of those people that is very well liked amongst his fellow pros. But for one reason or another, this week hasn't quite gone to plan so
100.
far.
Yeah, but you need information as to where to start, don't you, on the journey back. You don't lose your tour card after
41.
2 poor years in his own mind and think that you come back here and everything's going to be rosy from the off. It doesn't work that way. Look how difficult it's been
43.
for established talents to come here and win in the last 5 weeks. Graham Hall and Derek
91.
Coulson have won the last fortnight because they are seasoned at this level. And they've been winning stuff in the last 12 months. A lot of the people coming from the Pro Tour have not been winning a great deal
60.
of games. It's going to be difficult for them to do it from the off. They have to build. And in order to do that, you've got to start with something. A weekly campaign where you see how you can play.
And the other thing is he'll learn more because of the fact he's playing 25 games, where if you play on the Pro Tour and you lose in first hand all the
80.
time, all you're getting is one game here and there. He's got so much in terms of reams of evidence and reams of data. The fact that he can watch these games back. There is so much that he can pick with a fine-tooth comb and say, do you know what? This is what's right. This is what's not working. And this is what I've got to do better.
25 games of data. That's what he's going to get. Minimum. He could even have 27 or 29.
180.
Having said that,
Danny
Windspear is not going to give up
92.
here. He's out of the reckoning. Lauby's in. There's no room at that one.
Adam, you require 64.
So Windspear returning for 64 to bring us back onto equilibrionic terms. This time, double
Game shot the
16's the
second
right
leg,
play, and this
Adam
time, double
Windspear.
16's found.
Don't worry, I'm not going to go back to the 64 debate from his previous game. He did the wrong thing.
The leg is
Let's
Adam
move
to
on.
throw first. Game on. $41.
We do live in a different darting time these days, don't we? You've got someone from Indiana
100.
living in the Midlands. I'm sure a lot of people are saying, well, why are you here? Why are you not playing darts in America or Canada or somewhere else worldwide?
43.
But this is where you really need to be if you want to be a professional. You need to be in Europe.
100.
People have chosen the Netherlands, people have chosen Germany, people have chosen the UK, but Danny's right in what he's been saying to us earlier in the week. If you want to be a pro, you've got to be here.
And different sports have different
140.
jurisdictions for that. If you want to be a top-class cricketer, you've got to base yourself out in Asia, in India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, those types of nations. If you want to be a top
140.
basketball player, you've got to base yourself in the United States.
Same if you want to be a golfer, really. Unless you want to be on the DP World Tour, which is officially a world tour. Play all around the world.
43. Danny
It was ironic because it used to be called the European Tour, and they used to play the finals of the European Tour in Dubai. Ball.
121.
That's what he says to your bull.
Danny, you made me look stupid, man.
30. Danny, you require 40.
I don't do a good enough job of that myself.
Game shot in the third
However, that's a
leg,
13
Danny
dart.
Lauby.
It's a breaker throw, 2-1
Well,
Lauby.
there you go. And that double top is starting to work again. If he'd started
Well,
playing
there
like this
you-
on
Danny
Monday
to go
morning, I wonder
first.
where he'd
Game
be.
on.
He is building towards something. This is really nice to watch.
But is this what free will does to you? Because I just get the
140.
sense that Danny thinks this is over and he's just now playing a bit more relaxed, playing with that bit more freedom. And naturally, when you do play like that, when the shackles are off, you tend to see a better version of yourself.
85.
Well, keep the shackles off then. Last time I checked, he wasn't in a chain gang.
96.
I was doing a bit of research yesterday into
80.
food that is ubiquitous in Indiana. I have no idea what it's like to go to a
133.
diner in Indianapolis or Terre Haute or something like that. But it's very inland, so you're not going to get much fish. I am reliably informed, courtesy of
140. Danny
certain
require
search engines, that
132.
they like a lot of pork.
$92.
We have pork of our Christmas dinner in the Deacon household. Turkey, pork, with pork crackling.
45.
Gammon,
Danny,
beef.
you require 40.
How many are there?
It's only the 4 of us anyway, double 10.
Okay, wasn't happy with that one. Bit of a reset.
20.
Line was better on that
Adam, you
occasion.
require 151.
He could be back. Shots on. It was.
137.
Okie
Danny, you
dokie.
require 20.
He's showing us his bag of tricks once again. That's a lovely shot from Danny. A 3-1 lead is very fair, considering how he's played in this game. They do have this thing in America called turducken, don't they?
Game on.
They talk about it during the Thanksgiving NFL games. Turkey,
60.
duck, and chicken all in one.
Well, Danny Lauby could be a sitting duck in a few moments' time because the problem he's got, I think he has to win this game 4-1. Just looking at the legs difference, it'd be on 10+2 because what he needs is Joe Murnan to do a bit of a job on Davidson, not just beaten, but beaten by a score probably, which then means that he needs Murnan to lose to Munoz at the end. He needs Windspear to do him a favour against Davidson, and then he's going to have to batter Matt Dennant.
That's all on the outside of this game. If you look on the inside, I'm looking at something that we haven't seen a great deal of this week from Danny. An average in excess of 90.
100.
You know how they say averages don't mean anything? Well, at the minute, it's a positive thing.
44.
And it could have been better. It took him a while to get across the line in the previous leg. He's missed 6 starts at a double. So what that tells us
59
is that his game is in there somewhere. Imagine if he'd come here this week
97
and he'd feel
142.
like he'd taken a step backwards. He hasn't.
I think this is all going to be resource for learning.
56.
He could take a lot of findings out this week. Is he going to finish it with a stunner? With an absolute stunner. An absolute pearler from Danny Lauby. What a way to win it. A 160 checkout. It's been a week which has been marred with frustration for that man, for Lard Swazov. But that is something he can definitely take away with him. And he's not out of the equation. Yes, he needs favours, but he's still in the mix.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where next we will have Davidson against Murnan in a very important game to see who could qualify behind Matthew Dennant. He's sitting pretty at the top. Doesn't look like he's going to be displaced. It looks like a wire-to-wire victory for MD. But after Davidson beat George Munoz by 4-1 in the last 20 minutes, he would love to get a victory against Murnan here. If he's able to do so,
to throw first.
he will go to 14 points.
And
85.
these two outside of Matthew Dennant have been the two best performers
So far. Lauby's
60.
trying to change that, isn't he?
Now
Especially
he's
with
on a
that
mission.
last checkout. That 160 was magic.
An absolute bowler, that one.
180.
And that was a perler for Murnan to leave himself on 136.
99. Joe, you require 136.
This is the portion of yesterday where Murnan was finding his best stuff,
58.
including the two 170 checkouts.
$77. Joe, you cast 78.
Just about double top.
Game shot.
That'll
the
work
first
very
game,
nicely.
Joe
Now, if you look at the back of his
Murnan.
shirt, there seems to be a heart at the top of the back of it. I wonder if that's got something to do with what's on the
Second leg is
shirt.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
I get the feeling there's a story behind that.
100. $60. $135.
If you were to stick your neck out right now, Henry, who's going through from this position?
85.
If Joe Murnan wins this game, there is a legitimate argument to say if Lauby
58.
can find a win over Dennant, that he's got a chance. But everything's got to fall into his favour. I still, from this position, would back Davidson, but it's going to be difficult.
40.
Because the other thing you've got to put into play is Davidson and Murnan play the bottom two players in Windspear and Munoz in their final games.
137.
Davidson takes on Windspear, Murnan takes on Munoz. And Davidson,
99.
no
Andy,
quicker
you
than he
require
found himself 1-0
71.
down, is looking to get himself back on terms. But the double top
41.
diverts wide to the left-hand side.
He's going to be on a finish now.
127. Andy, you require 30.
So double 15 for Davidson.
Game shot in the second leg.
And we're
Andy
back on level
Davidson.
terms at one apiece.
Hand on heart right
Third
now.
leg is Joe to throw
If
first.
you look at the equipment that Andy Davidson's using, when was the last time you saw someone at the top of the game
36.
using the kind of equipment that Andy's got? So we're talking about a regulation cylindrical barrel like that.
140.
Looks very much like a Darrell Gurney dart. Short stem, pear-shaped flight.
Closest comparison probably is Ryan Joyce.
140.
To a degree.
In modern day darts, you'd have to say yes. But with a short stem,
95.
Well, that's the only thing. He throws a more regulation type stem, but
Kevin Painter, 20 years ago, was using something very similar to that of Andy
180.
Davidson, and he did it very effectively. But these days, he doesn't use the pear-shaped flight.
96. Joe, you require
and
145.
of course the pear-shaped flight perhaps made most famous by Steve Beaton.
Still uses them now.
The oversized
58.
pear.
Andy, you
They were
require
designed for him.
170. 80 scored. 98. Joe, you require 87.
These doubles aren't oversized. But they can be if you get a marker like that.
69.
He can't take
Andy, you
advantage.
require
And
72.
Davidson might indeed get a break of throw.
He's missed a big
40.
number, and as a
Joe, you
consequence, he may have missed a big
18.
trick there, Andy Davidson, and so it allows Murnan back for double 9
Game shot
to
in the
put
third
himself
leg,
2-1 to the good,
Murnan.
and that's a big opportunity wasted there from the Scot.
Fourth leg
And
is
that would have
Andy
been
to
for the
throw
break.
first.
Remember, he
Game
needs
on.
one at some point to win the contest and to qualify himself through to tomorrow evening's final.
58. 140. $44.
Realistically speaking, do you think that Andy thought he would make Saturday at the start of the week?
I don't think he set any goals. I genuinely believe that because of
93.
everything that we've mentioned and quite high-profiledly mentioned. I think he was just taking every game, every day as it comes.
137.
Maybe as the weeks developed, there might be a sense of different goals and expectations arising. But when he walked through these doors on Monday morning,
119.
I don't think he knew how things were going to go. I don't think he knew how he was going to play, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, I think at the start,
78.
he was just glad to
Joe,
be
you
playing.
require 149.
but the competitor inside him will right now want to get to Saturday. And if you get to Saturday, anything's possible.
60.
Well, this is playing into Danny Lauby's hands perfectly, by the way, this situation that's arising right now. So Andy Davidson can finish it off once and for all.
64.
Joe
you
Murnan, in
require
some
89.
weird sense, is playing for two players at this present moment in time. He's playing for himself, but he's also playing for Danny Lauby's hopes. And those
Game
hopes are
shot
only
in the fourth
strengthening
leg,
all the
Joe
time.
Murnan.
Break of throw, 3-1 lead for Murnan. And he has the darts here to get it wrapped up.
Fifth leg is Joe to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is getting really interesting now. I have a sneaky suspicion before he plays his
100.
penultimate game, Matt Dennant is thinking, I am so glad I'm already through.
9.
Murnan is the better player now.
95.
He's playing some very good stuff here. Mid-90s average, 50% on the doubles. Very rarely
97.
has Davidson competed and won in a game like this week.
Well, he's saving his best for last.
100.
Or for the last of the group. He's hoping it's not a case of it being too late. And of course, all of a sudden, because of the game that he has in the
45.
last round and the game that Davidson has, he may feel as if he may put himself in the box seat a little bit here if he can win this game, particularly by a margin, because all of a sudden,
36.
that gap on legs difference really does close in. In fact, if he wins it 4-1, they'll be level on legs difference. And look what he's left
120.
to win the match. He doesn't have
Joe,
to
you
go for the
require
bull if he finds the
170.
2 trebles, but you know he will.
You know he would have.
60.
Let's be fair though,
78.
Davidson
Joe, you
still has the
require
points lead,
110.
even if Murnan takes this out. And he can set the total.
70.
People have
Andy
lost
require
games from these positions
152.
before. But you don't fancy Murnan's going to miss tops with 3 in hand the way he's been playing in this
82.
game.
Joe, you require 40.
50% in terms of his finishing, and this is to keep the battle to qualify going
Game
on.
shot and the match,
That was
Joe
a really
Murnan.
good display from Joe Murnan, just when he needed it the most. Andy Davidson has had a chance to qualify. He's spurned it, and now he has to try and get the better out of Windspear in a couple of matches' time. Joe Murnan's given himself every ample opportunity there. A 4-1 win, but still he has to hope. Next up, Matt Dennant takes on George Munoz.
the Netherlands!
But Munoz is the hero. Your champions are the Republic of Ireland. Yeah, the third edition of the International Pairs gets underway in a couple of months' time. The teams will be revealed in a couple of weeks, a special Pluto TV transmissional broadcast, and then the action begins on Monday the 20th of April from 9:30 in the morning. Right, let's get into some more action then, shall we? Because before the break, we saw Joe Murnan get the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 1. Game 12, well, this is somewhat of a dead rubber because we know that Matt Dennant's going to finish top of the group, and we now know that George Munoz is going to finish bottom of the group. But that means we get to play a game of who's going to win Game 12. Who is going to win Game 12?
Matt Dennant.
Well, that was a fun game. Thank you for playing. We'll see you again next week.
You did ask.
Game on.
You know I don't sit on the fence. I'm not a robin. Or a pigeon.
Do you know what a group of pigeons are called?
135.
I don't.
A parliament.
I knew you'd know that.
100.
So you'll see a parliament of pigeons.
I've only ever seen one pigeon in here. That's Mike Van Dyvenborder.
96.
Aptly nicknamed the Pigeon. I love a good nickname like that.
100.
I like a performance better, though. And maybe this is where we can see the best of Dennant when he's relaxed.
100.
Through, group winner, 2 games to spare. It's a stress-free campaign because he was so good at the start.
180.
How good was that?
170.
Another. Reel it in.
139.
Reel it back.
Georgia car 121.
Yeah, that one's a scorpion fish. You want to throw it back.
That's more a lobster, wasn't it?
No, that's Danny. He's playing in a couple of games' time against Dennant.
81. Matt, you require 31.
So, 88 for Dennant.
Game
To
start
make the first
leg,
indent
Matt
in this contest, 14 Dato, and the Scholar has seized the initiative.
Second leg is George to throw first. Game on.
Here's a question. Probably been asked in the past. Famously, Matt Dennant missed a darter double
60.
to beat Glenn Durant at Q School. If he hits it, what would Glenn have done?
77.
I don't know, should I send him a text?
That's just an interesting sliding doors moment, isn't it? Because if
60.
Glenn writes a book one day, which I'm thoroughly convinced he will, that's one of those end of chapter moments, isn't it?
83.
Dennant misses that double. Glenn gets through Q School. Next thing you know, he's a title winner twice in the next 6 months, and he goes on to win the Premier League.
It's a little bit like Adam Lipscomb, who wasn't meant to be at stage 2 of Q School last year. David Pallett pulled out. He took the opportunity, took it with both hands, won a card, played at the World Championships, made a Pro
100.
Tour final. And he's got every chance of trying to retain it come the end of the year. He's going to need a few runs somewhere, but he's given himself the
60.
at least the springboard to do that.
At least he's had the opportunity.
100%.
60.
You could look at it from the other side of the coin as well, you know. If Dennant hits that darter double, it's not necessarily just about what happens to Glenn. What happens to Matt?
100.
There's every likelihood that he goes onto the tour and he does something that year that changes his life. He might never have come back to this level.
140. Matt, you require 81.
We'll never know.
Life really is a philosophical thing. 6-6.
Game shot in the second
2-0.
leg. Matt Dennant.
I ran out of words.
Well, it's a good job he's a good finisher because you can't finish your sentences.
Third leg is Matt to throw first.
But you're right, it is a philosophical thing. It's probably not good for a dart player to think about those things. What happened yesterday? What could have happened? Yada, yada, yada. You've got to be in the zone.
100.
And I mean literally in the zone when you play every game. It's not about what you've done before or what you could prospectively do. It's about what you do now.
60.
Right, we're now going to get a little bit deeper in terms of philosophicalness. Because I was speaking to a player who will remain nameless a few weeks ago who's looking to try and get themselves back to maybe to some former glories. And they said that part of the process of that is looking back at previous games of themselves on YouTube to look back at what they're doing to see whether that will give them any kind of success. Where do you stand with that?
100.
What time frame are we talking about?
We're talking about, without trying to give away clues as to this person, we're talking a few years prior.
Years?
Yes.
45. Matt, you require 100.
But you're not that player anymore.
Which is why, surely you've got to be the best player of today, haven't you? The best version of
You've got to be the best version of yourself right now.
90.
Not the, you haven't got to try and recreate what you did before. You do the best with what you've got now.
140. Matt, you require 71.
Tops.
Game
3-0. This is
Matt Dennant.
ruthlessly efficient.
Do you know what Matt's favourite number is? 2.
Fourth leg is George
he's
to
too
throw
good.
first. Game on.
He's too good for this group. He's been a class apart.
You know when I said that 1-3 was too
100.
nice a price to not back in if you're a short price punter?
Oh, yeah.
It's been made to look stupid.
It's
Absolutely stupid.
It's been made to look chunky.
It's been 1-3's been made to look generous. And before a dart was thrown, by the way, he was 4-7. He was odds on before a dart was thrown. That seldom happens here.
86.
There's no telling if he's got this kind of form how many titles he can get here this year. He could get 3. You can get 3 weeklies, 3 series.
40.
If he starts winning weekly titles, he's going to start getting invites to special weeks. He's going to be very active here if he plays this way.
140.
Don't get me wrong. Getting invited to Group A is a good thing. I don't think you're going to see Matt Dennant in Group A this week. Oh, sorry, any week. He's a Group B, Group C kind of guy. He's a 3-day cat.
60.
That's just his lifestyle. And there's certain players that Group A, yes, it benefits to the ground, but there's some players where it just doesn't. And we've got to be respectful of the fact that these are still amateurs.
100.
These are still players that have 9-to-5 jobs, that have got families to feed away from here. It's difficult to give that level of commitment, particularly when you've got other things going on like challenge tours, or if you're playing in the ADC, the WDF.
60.
Time
Matt, you
becomes
require
limited
75.
and time is running out for George Munoz. In fact, it could be close to being over for him because Dennant is looking to put the cap on an impressive display by pinning the tops for 75 checkout and an average just underneath 97 in a 4-0 clean sweep of George Munoz. For the Greek, he's got one more game to play this week. For Matt Dennant, he's looking to complete the card. He could do so when he plays Danny Lauby in a couple of matches' time. As for Andy Davidson, well, he could put himself in the second place chair if he gets the better of Adam Windspear. So we're into the final round of matches here at the Live Lounge. We're on a Friday afternoon session here at the Modus Super Series, and it's been sun session for Matt Dennant because he's qualified through with comprehensiality, if that's even a word, and an average of 97 before the break and a 4-0 win over George Munoz. He's looking to complete the double card, and he takes on Daniel Lauby in game 14. And for Andy Davidson, he's in action now. He takes on Adam Windspear in our 13th match, and a win for him will qualify him through to tomorrow night's final because of the point gap. But if he loses, he could be in a bit of bother, because he'll then see Lauby take on Dennant and then Murnan take on Munoz, and all he can do is sit in the last chance saloon and hope that he'll be coming out the other side. As Adam Windspear, this is his final game. He's picked up 2 wins, both of those the games against George Munoz in this group. So this is his last chance to beat opposition that's not from Greece.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Hands up. Who thought that Andy Davidson was going to qualify for Saturday after Group A? I think there were people that were
100.
somewhat hopeful. But his form in Group A was a little bit up and down. Now that he's in this position, he will expect to get through.
41.
It is in his hands. It was in his hands in the previous game.
95.
However, Joe Murnan turned up. So this time around, can he rubber stamp another Saturday?
And that would lead to him, I think, having a massive free roll tomorrow night, because, as you mentioned, before Dart was thrown this week, he had no expectation apart from just don't disgrace himself.
44.
He's done far from that, and he's put himself, as you mentioned rightly, with his destiny in his hands.
He hasn't actually been in this position for a while. So this might feel a bit strange.
60.
And this is where the expectation will come into play. This is where he will have feelings in his body that he hasn't felt for a long time. There's going to be emotions stirred up in his body that he hasn't felt for a long time. There's going to be nerves in his body which he hasn't felt for a long time.
Yeah, a bit like Josh Rock last night after his 9-darter. He could barely walk. He didn't know what to do.
Adam, you got 160.
Great first start. Could have been another 160 after we found one.
100.
Say we. It was Danny Lauby that found it back in game 10.
71. Adam, you require 60.
That could have been a little bit better. So could that. Oh boy. He's made some mistakes today. One was a calculated risk,
20.
let's put it that way.
Andy, you require 45.
In an earlier match, that was all about the execution.
So double 16.
13.
Doesn't go.
Adam, you require 40.
And those 2 darts, the way it was thrown, the way they went wide, that was purely situational pressure. Windspear hasn't got that. He's got a free roll.
20.
But he's also missed
Andy,
free
you
for the
require
break.
32.
Davidson's not the only one learning about himself right now.
Game shot in the first leg.
Look
Andy
at that.
Davidson.
Now you know what Andy knows. 1 down, 3 to go.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Windspear hasn't been on this stage that much. This must be game 20 of his Modus Super
85.
Series career. He might be still learning about himself and what he's able to do under pressure.
59.
Well, Andy Davidson will know that performance levels are absolutely irrelevant right now. He could win this game averaging 65 if he has to. Just win the game. It's all that
45.
matters.
And there is a financial benefit to getting to Saturday, so take away all of the
45.
non-financial benefits of progression and getting to play darts in front of an audience. We don't know what his financial situation is. And we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So if you make it to Saturday, you could be £5,000 richer in about 30 hours.
He's got a 1 in 6 chance of walking away with a £5,000 check. And potentially, it could well be, as we keep mentioning, a £90,000 snowball effect. Win the week, £5,000. Win the series, £25,000. And then you qualify for the ADC Global Championship. Win the Global Championship, that's another 60 on top.
80. Adam, you got 135.
The Jack Tweddle snowball effect.
$31.
It's been very erratic, this game. You can kind of understand
85.
why Andy's a little bit
Adam, you require 104.
shaky in certain departments. I'm starting to think that Adam's just maybe a little gassed.
84.
That was a little tidier.
Andy, you require 149.
Well, that would have been some moment for a finish like that, and it would have
92.
wrestled the game
Adam,
very
you
much in his
require
favour. Would have put him a
20.
couple of legs away. But now he has to dodge more bullets. Conceivably, Andy Davidson could be 2-0
Game shot in
down.
the second leg. Adam
He's back clear with a 1 apiece. Windspear pegging him back.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game up.
Like you said, doesn't matter what the average is, doesn't matter what the score is, as long as he gets the 4 legs.
95.
The last thing he wants to do is a Jimmy Van Schie. First time he made a Saturday, he was in the practice room watching a monitor thinking, I don't know if I'm there or not. And the way that Murnan played in his previous game, he's threatening.
85.
What you want to do here is keep your rhythm. You want to take lots of deep breaths. And you want to try, but not too hard.
140.
Your game has to sing. You don't have to try harder than usual because you're trying to win every game anyway, aren't you?
97.
Try harder. The only thing that will happen is you will actually not improve.
What's the phrase? Make it mean nothing when it means everything.
55.
Well, Davidson, in a game which so far has been dominated by the player throwing first, has got 6 on 2-2-4.
60.
However, a trebleless turn there may have just swung the pendulum in this third leg. Particularly if Windspear can fill this up. 2 puts himself in a very good position.
95. Andy, you require 164.
Not that treble.
48. Adam, you require 116.
Oh, this looks like hard work. Looks like stressful work as well.
$76. Andy, you require 116.
He can't do the 1-1-6 dance either.
76. Adam, you require 40.
They're tied in legs. They're tied in score. Davidson needs a mistake. He gets it. That was for
Andy,
a break
you
of throw.
require
That could have been
40.
cataclysmic for Andy.
This is Shredsville.
Game shot in the third leg.
Davidson.
Andy Davidson.
Just about, and I mean just about, holding it together.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game up.
This isn't convincing, but it doesn't have to be. It just has to be done.
Yeah, it's a stressful situation, but we
100.
just got a little bit of information from Andy's facial expression there. It was one of, I'm close, and I want it.
100.
And it's that hardest thing, isn't it? If you run a marathon of 26 miles, you hit the wall, don't you, towards the end. But as soon as you see those final couple of miles and you can see that finishing line in your sight, despite the fact that you are
140.
absolutely cooked, you find a way, you find a will. Your brain gives you just that extra bit of energy
85.
that you didn't even know you had.
It's funny you mentioned the London Marathon. It's only a couple of months away. And Dart player Alan Suter is training for the London Marathon right now. And funnily enough, he's doing it in Portsmouth today.
Yeah, they had an exhibition on
60.
one of the naval ships last night. He was playing a game against somebody we've seen here, Lloyd Lightning Walker.
$138.
Anyone who is training for the London Marathon, for whatever charity they're raising money for, we can only wish you all the very best of luck with that. And anyone who's doing that,
Adam,
absolutely salute.
40.
Oh, not another one. There's no guarantee he's going to find double 16 when he comes back, so take a chunk out of it, Andy. This is a big chunk.
131.
Oh,
Adam,
the
you
first
require
big
32.
emotional reaction from Davidson.
He knew he could have broken the back of Windspear and broken the back of the task.
Oh, this is a really difficult shot now. And he finds it. What a shot from Winnie.
Well, he got it with his last dart. And we're back level at 2-2. Davidson with the throw.
40. $60. $59.
This is a game which is getting rather tetchy.
60.
It's getting rather edgy, getting rather nervy. And not just they're going to be nervy on the stage, because there's not just one player that's looking
96.
on in angst in the practice room. There's two of them. One of them being Danny Lauby up next against Matt Dennant, and the other one being Joe Murnan, who takes on George Munoz right at the end of the slate.
100.
And then you've got Adam Windspear, who just wants to win his last game here.
He wants to beat somebody not from Greece.
117. $100.
It's pretty tidy. He has been tidy in this game. But he's got that little extra
131.
flash, hasn't he, Davidson? Now, what was he doing there? He had 69 left and went for treble 11. That would have left 36.
45. Andy, you require
Unless they
58.
used shot.
Well, he does like that side of the board, so you can understand the method behind it.
Game shot
He's
on the
one
fifth
away.
leg, Andy Davidson.
Andy Davidson is one away from what would be a very emotional Saturday night appearance.
Six-legged Adam to throw first. Game
And he's got two chances.
Well, two chances in this game, and there may be other chances elsewhere, but he doesn't want to rely on that.
180.
Oh, he didn't want to see that. That's the last thing he wanted to see.
Because the psyche will
83.
change very quickly for Andy Davidson. And if he does get that winning double, he will, I'm sure, let out those pent-up emotions.
140.
And I'll tell you what, the last thing you need to see is the opponent on a 9-dart attempt. We don't need a possible 9 right now, Adam.
125.
Yeah, we do.
No, don't want to watch it. No, don't want any 9-darters. No, but say it for tonight.
You're confident we're going to get a 9-darter later on?
Yeah, it's
aren't
going to be
you?
in game 2.
59.
He is not giving up
Adam,
on
you
this
require
leg.
122.
Great courage from Davidson. He is going to get a chance to win this game and make it through to Saturday. He was so close to 145 previously in the match.
78. Andy require
Same combination with the
153.
first two. There's the first. There's the second. Andy
Game shot
Davidson!
and the
What have
match,
you just
Andy
done?
Davidson.
Oh, that's incredible! He missed the 145, And he gets a more tricky shot later on to qualify. So Andy in his return week will be back in Saturday. Many congratulations. With 2 games to go, we have our qualifiers from Group C, and one of them is from Scotland. Davidson wins his last match to get to Saturday.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Davidson booked his pace through to tomorrow night's final, and he did so in sumptuous style, pinning a 1-5-3 checkout to get the job done against Adam Windspear. So he's into Saturday night. He joins me downstairs now. Andy, many congratulations. Just sum up exactly what that means.
Oh, that means a lot, to be honest. I mean, I didn't play that good today, I'll be perfectly honest. I bailed myself out in the last couple of legs even, to be honest. But no, that means a lot, actually. And, you know, just got to look forward to tomorrow now and just enjoy the whole experience.
In terms of that last game, it was a bit up and down today. I think that's quite fair to say. Was it all about forget performance, just get the job done?
Essentially, yeah, just get the wins. I mean, that's what I've done today, to be honest. I've played absolutely terrible, if I'm being perfectly honest. But, you know, I bailed myself out with a couple of decent finishes. And, yeah, book my place in for Saturday. That's fantastic. I can't wait.
We've had some very honest conversations over the course of the last week or so. With everything that's happened over the last year, what does getting through mean? And was there a point where maybe you thought this wasn't going to happen again?
Yeah, I definitely thought that, I'll be honest. I didn't think I was possibly ever going to get back here again after the injury I've had, but, you know, the fact I've got through the qualifier and now I'm back to another Saturday night, I'm thrilled with that. I really am. This is, you know, I know I've been in Saturdays a few times before, but this one really means a lot. Really means a lot.
Honestly speaking, before you walked in on Monday, what was your expectation? What did you want to get out of this week?
It was just to get my form back, really. You know, I mean, I still probably haven't got it. I'll be first to admit that. I have rode my luck more than on one occasion this week. But hey, I mean, I'm still there. I'm still scrapping away, and I've got a free roll tomorrow now, and you never know. I could be a 2-time series champion. You never know.
Dare to dream?
Why not? Why not? You know, you might as well. I've picked it up when I've needed to, and I feel like even though I've played pretty awful the last couple of days, to be totally honest about it, you know, I'm always honest about it. I have bailed myself out essentially when I've needed to, so I can take that into tomorrow, and because that's when it's ultimately needed. So yeah, bring it on.
Well, many congratulations, Andy. We'll let you go and have that celebratory cover you were telling me about in the break.
Oh, you better believe it, and a few drinks as well. Oh, I cannot wait.
Well, Andy, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. Next up for us, Matt Dennant and Danny Lauby. Nico's up in commentary.
What a lovely story. Great to see Andy so chirpy. And he should serve as inspiration for many, many people. If you have a really tough time of it, there is light at the end of the tunnel. And the possibilities now in week 6 for Andy.
66.
Well, you're going to have to join us on Pluto TV from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday night to see what the possibilities will bring for him. And there are definitely possibilities for Matt as well, because he will be there as well. He's going to be there as the group winner. But he could be there by virtue of 10 wins out of 10. You can see the QR code on your screen right now. If you have a spare smart device at your disposal, you can use that to get tickets for Saturday night. There are still a small amount available.
60.
We have Ron Muhlenkamp, we have Andy Davidson, and we have Matthew Dennant. It promises to be a wonderful week 6 finals night. And even though Danny Lauby is not going to Saturday, he's shown signs on Friday. Signs of positivity.
65.
And he gets a chance to take this first leg.
95.
He doesn't get to the double.
Matt, you
know for a fact that Dennant will. Not this time.
You require 40.
Over the last couple of hours, Danny's been figuring this double out. The commentator's curse
Matt, you
strikes again.
8. Game shot.
Lovely dart, great use of the marker. And he's now within 3 legs of doing what Alex Williams did just a week ago.
Second leg is Matt to throw.
But he's not going to overtake the leg difference that Alex had. Remarkably, 7 days ago, the man from Wales had 20 points and a leg difference in Group C of plus 33. That's quite some going.
60.
Justin Smith made his way through as well on 14 points. And that's exactly what Andy Davidson's done. So it feels as if this Friday is very similar to that of last Friday.
Certainly doesn't for me, Nico.
45.
However, Matt Dennant has been the dominant force of first start to last as far as this group is concerned. He's looking, as you say, to put the real cap on it.
140.
And I'm intrigued to see how the bookies assess his chances tomorrow night. Well, Muhlenkamp has been pretty much favoured since
60. Matt, you require
Group
126.
A has come to a close. But he is going to be very much in and amongst the shouting.
60 off leaves 66. Maybe another 17.
94.
That'll do very nicely. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, but we have had people have a perfect week
140.
twice.
Matt, you require
Derek Coulson and Bo
32.
Greaves. They came from Group B.
Game shot in the second
The
leg.
way that
Matt
Dennant's playing,
Dennant.
he is going to be 10 out of 10 in Group C, and nobody's ever done it from Group C by winning
Third leg is Danny to throw
14
first.
straight
Matt.
games in a week.
No. And that is the history that potentially he has on the line. And
100.
the way he's been playing, it's not just been his good stuff, but even his B game has seemingly been better than a lot of players this
100.
week. And we speak about it so often, don't we? That the biggest difference between players at this level and them, the ones that want to make their way up to the top level, like these two have been over the last 12 months or
57.
so, is finding a B game that's good enough to bail you out when you're not playing at your optimum best.
95.
And I just wonder, and we know how good he is anyway, Matt Dennant, but I just wonder whether he's found a couple of gears over the course of this
140.
week, which maybe he didn't know he had.
Yeah, I think he might have. He looks very polished.
98.
We've seen him in the past, albeit more than 2 years ago, where he could come out of the traps and he could have a pretty good game, but he might lose
60.
that first game after taking a lead. He wasn't putting people away like he should have been.
60.
Well,
Danny
what has he done this week?
144.
He's put them all away.
Well, he's been like a darting Pokemon. Got to catch them all.
96. Matt, you require 148.
That's for Danny Lauby. It'll be a case of go after this. He'll beat the
100.
partners
Danny,
once
you
this
require
game is done.
48.
His 5 days' work would have been completed as he looks at double top. Now double 10.
Game
To
shot
half
in
the
the
gap
third
back
leg.
down
Danny
to
Lauby.
2-1. Now all said and done, how do you think Danny Lauby will assess upon the
Fourth leg
week
is Matt to
overall?
throw
I'm just
first.
glad he's had a
Game
much
up.
better day today. I think yesterday was a bit better than Wednesday. I think if he was playing tomorrow, it would be a little bit better than today. I don't think he suffers with
60.
low energy levels. I think he's been quite philosophical about where he's been at and where he's trying to get to. He's trying to find things that work.
53.
As to how much he's found this week, at least it's more than he had on Monday. What he does next, he has to be creative.
125.
He has to figure out what works, then use it moving forward. Give yourself a nice time slot. If you're going to change something,
100.
give it 6 weeks. Give it 8 weeks. Give it a chance to embed itself so that you can use it for the future.
97.
And look, the season's still young. It's only February the 27th. We don't even get into the crops of it until around the autumn time.
100.
Amen to that. Just because you win at this part of the season doesn't mean you're going to be a blockbuster for the rest of the year.
55.
Although it is interesting because if you look at the Super Series, even though the best standard should be in the summer,
60.
I don't know if you've
Matt, you require
spotted this
164.
trend as Dennant looks at the 164 and 6 them here. In 2023, 2024, 2025, the best and strongest Champions Weeks have been in the summer. The Series 4 Champions Week in 23,
94.
the Series 7 Champions Week in 2024, and in 2025, the Series 11 Champions Week. They all corresponded with it being in the middle of the year.
41.
Interesting.
Matt, you require 70.
Have we got any stats to back that up?
I'm sure if we dug deep enough, we could.
And I know you will.
45. Danny, you require 147.
147 on offer for Lauby. It's more of a pool man than snooker man anyway.
He's not Earl the Pearl
85.
Strickland, is he?
Matt, you require 25.
I tell you what, if we had an Earl the Pearl Strickland type player with the Super Series, that could be some watch. And some work for the players,
Game shot in
Marshall,
the
as
fourth
well,
leg,
as
Matt
Dennant pins a
Dennant.
double forward to move 3-1 to the good. Have you ever seen on YouTube Earl Strickland's game with Steve Davis at the World
Fifth
Pool
leg is Danny
Championship?
to throw
I know he's a bit of a
first.
live
Game
wire.
up.
Watch that and watch Michaela Tabb trying to keep things in check, but there's no way you can keep
60.
Earl Strickland in check. There's an incredible moment where Steve Davis basically heads off at the end of a rack, and there's about 3,000
100.
people in Wales going absolutely at him.
43. $140.
Danny has got himself a new nickname this week. Lauby the Lobster.
100.
I don't think we're going to be seeing the lobster celebration from anybody for the rest of the week, unfortunately.
91.
Yeah, the lobsters come up to boil now.
Looks like Chef Dennant is ready to put the sprinkle on the thermidor.
60. Matt, you got 170.
To get the lobster, it could be done with a fish.
$60.
But Lauby's thinking, good cod, I've got a stay of execution.
Just like the Cape in the northeast. One of the most beautiful places on earth, Cape Cod.
140. Matt, you got 110.
But Lauby might be fried. Let's see if he can get himself out of this
Danny,
one
you require 98.
to keep this game very much alive. Great dart.
60.
Not quite the
Matt,
finish,
you require
though.
56.
That could and should be it. Tots for Dennant.
Game shot.
10 out of 10. The scholar is top of the class. And a class apart, a class above. Matt Dennant back at the Super Series after a 2-year exile. And he returns with a Group C clean sweep. That the tail of the tape. And when we return, George Munoz and Joe Murnan will bring us to a crescendo in this group. Welcome back to the final game of the session here at the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Matt Dennant made it 10 from 10, beating Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1. So to round it off, Joe Murnan and George Munoz. For George, still looking for that elusive first win as far as this Group C is concerned. For Joe Murnan, well, I think he's just going to go and enjoy himself now. He's out of the equation. He knows that.
First leg is George.
Wins it. He can go in a couple of points. But that is as good as it gets for him. I get the sense this might be one of those games that might be played in a bit of a mild manner and a little bit on the more relaxed side.
Like I said before, you always want to leave with a win. You've done all you can.
100.
But where did it go wrong for Murnan? He was in a pretty good position overnight. He was sitting in third, but Davidson was never overtaken.
100.
So without looking at the results, you'll have to say that did Davidson defend his lead in second position well, or did others falter?
40.
I actually think that Lauby just left himself with a little bit too much to do. Murnan had Dennant first today. That didn't help. He was able to beat Adam Windspear after that, but then he got Lauby at the wrong time in round 3. I think that was the game that cost him.
135.
That's Randy Davidson. He will not care one bit because he is back into Saturday night. So what an emotional interview that was as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you think about when Murnan played him, Murnan beat Davidson,
41.
but it didn't help because he'd left himself with too much to do. It proves that the game against Lauby was the one that cost him.
56.
It's going to be an interesting celebration for Andy tonight, isn't it?
Yes. Celebrating with a Ruby Murray with the family.
Celebrating with a Ryan Murray.
37. Joe, you got 170.
That's the Scottish one.
Well, there's not going to be a big fish here. You can have a king prawn curry.
80.
They're very nice.
George, you require 38.
More a chicken tikka boona man myself.
No score.
How was that not
Joe,
gone
you
in?
require 90.
I thought he'd thrown that one perfectly.
Game
Yeah, that's
shot
rather
first leg,
perfect.
Joe Murnan.
Littler-esque on the double 15.
Second leg is Joe
So
to throw
Murnan
first.
finds the
Game
break,
on.
finds himself a leg to the good.
How many world championships have been won on double 15 then, Henry?
180.
Oh, that lasted long. It's a bit like your Greek trivia thing from yesterday, which lasted about 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's a
60.
Thompson teaser that should never be repeated again.
You didn't even have one today. It's slacking.
Yeah, but no one wanted one today.
81.
I don't think anybody asks for them. You just imprint them on the broadcast.
Well, they're not specially requested then.
They're not on the script.
100.
Nick, are you also assuming that I read the scripts? Just don't tell HR that.
100.
We've got an HR. That's solid.
100.
That's the
Joe,
kind
you
of
got
darts that
140.
George needs to do more often. I'm sure he's got a lot from this week. 5 days of action, 25 games, and so much
100.
experience under the lights and on the stage.
So tops left to double the lead to 2-zip.
$100. Joe, you require 40.
Well, Murnan's just doing what Murnan has to do.
Game shot the
13
second leg,
data.
Joe Murnan.
And he's halfway towards a comprehensive final win.
Third leg is George to throw first. Game on.
He'd be disappointed that he hasn't made Saturday for the second successive time. Made it all the way to the final last time, didn't he?
100.
That was the Saturday night where everybody thought that Tyler Thorpe was just
100.
going to dominate. And he didn't.
135.
What did Tyler Thorpe do that week? 10 wins out of 10 in Group C.
60.
And dropped just one leg on the first day, and to be honest, he shouldn't have even dropped that one.
Yeah, 6 legs and totally dropped. It kind of puts what Alex Williams did last week into
41.
perspective. He only dropped 7.
Poor that, isn't it, dropping 7 legs?
45.
Yeah, got to do better than that.
Shouldn't be rewarding mediocrity like that.
Alex, if you're watching, if you can't sense the sarcasm,
100.
that's what we're shooting for.
So Munoz 125 left to get some kind of foothold in the game, to get himself back 2 within
60.
1.
Georgia car 125.
He's going to get a bit of time here because Murnan's having a little bit of an off leg. Which is why he decided to persevere upstairs.
22.
Yeah, I don't see the benefit of that. Even when your opponent's not on a finish, you should still go for the bullseye in the first dart.
Because you're giving yourself an opportunity with dart 2 to leave yourself tops.
Yeah, exactly.
50.
If you miss the
Georgia
treble
car
20, what have you
103.
got? Something that you can't take out with 2 darts, even if it is an option.
You know what happens next.
63.
Yeah, Joe's going to leave a finish.
28. Georgia require 40.
He almost didn't.
Well, that was rather precarious for midnight. Double 7.
Yes.
If he's not
26.
careful, this
Joe
leg could get away from him.
158.
Well, we've seen some blockbusters already. A 160 and a 153, but the 158 isn't going to join that catalogue.
60. Georgia require 14.
Joe doesn't expect to win this leg. He's already thinking about leg 4. Speaking of 4,
10.
4 points
Joe,
not
you
found, and
require
Murnan can be
98.
3-0 up.
Decides to stay there to leave double 9.
80.
Just wide of the mark, and that would have been a
Georgia
steal.
require
Maybe
4.
not Alex Small's Simon Whitlock-esque escapology, but it wouldn't have been too far away. But Munoz is carrying on his spell of missing
No
and
score.
spurning. That's
Joe,
a
you
dozen
require
darts missed at a
18.
double in this contest. And Murnan should pinch his pocket
Game
here,
shot
and he
the third
does.
leg, Joe Murnan.
That should never have happened. Joe understands it. He cannot believe that he's just been given that
Fourth leg
leg.
is Joe to throw first. Game on.
Well, George Munoz has the type of disbelief
140.
and the type of reality that only Mick McCarthy can summarise.
$41.
Ange Postecoglou's got Greek heritage, hasn't he?
Yes. Part of the reason why he was appointed by Marinakis.
Yeah, I wonder why.
140.
I wonder where he's going to end up.
I reckon you'll see him in a TV studio at the World Cup in the summer.
That could be fun.
He was on ITV, wasn't he, for the Euros last time, and he was a bit of a hit.
100.
Speaking of hitting, Murnan 6 darts away from winning this last match of the group.
100.
Playing like he's got a buster catch. Could be his best leg of this match by some distance. If he gets to 60, he's going to go for treble 7. You know that. He's not going to do anything silly. Told you.
And he almost finished with an absolute flourish of a ton topper. It would have been some departing shot. For George Munoz, it's been fun to have him back here, but he's not going to follow up the exploits of last time out.
45.
And so, Joe Murnan here, looking at double top. And now double 10.
30.
He's going to need a bit more time to get it done for Zip.
Yeah, that double 10 was just a bit quick. Maybe thinking it was academic that he was going to get the double 10. Finish not left, and that might be a sign that things are over.
Is it all over?
8.
It's not. And now all of a sudden, Munoz is not on a finish, but Murnan's left himself in the madhouse.
Well, this is like the last leg, isn't it? Just roles reversed.
And it is Friday, so it's the appropriate day
60.
for the last
Joe,
leg.
you require 2.
And this is for leg 4.
No score.
Well,
George, you require
if Munoz wins this leg from this position, forget about the last leg. This would be plain robbery.
Well, it didn't happen,
87.
but
Joe,
it could
you
happen
require
next
2.
if Joe does the same thing on double 1.
Game shot.
Well,
and the
double
match,
1
Joe
gets the job
Murnan.
done for Joe Murnan. He gets the better of George Munoz by 4 legs to 0. It's not good enough to send him through. George Munoz is getting the badge in at the end of a week's worth of play. And Joe Murnan, well, he's having none of it, is he? Well, that's the tail of the tape from that one. And that is the end of our Group C action on this Friday afternoon.
Welcome to the Weakest Binks. One of the 5 players on the stage today can't win any money, but what they can win is the pride of becoming the first ever winner of the Weakest Binks. No score, it's a good job, isn't it?
I am from Tottenham in London.
So they're lying when they say you're from Harlow in Essex.
I abode in Harlow in Essex.
Is that because your teeth aren't white enough? Is that what it is?
And then voted for me, so again, quite an injustice in my opinion, but...
Who cut your hair, pal? I'll get them for you.
It was someone that said I'm getting done for infringement, so I might as well carry on.
Over to you, Coey Bear. 19. No score, you didn't like that one? There we go.
Goodness me, Anne Robinson's got worse recently, hasn't she? The Weakest Binks, a brand new series, gets underway tonight after the live darts. So that's what's coming up once we're done, and I better run out of here after that last comment. The asset Paul Nichols is with me to talk about what we've seen this afternoon, but the strongest link, without any shadow of a doubt, was Matthew Dennant, wasn't he?
You said that you thought he was going to win 10 out of 10. You were absolutely right. I had a lot of faith that Matt was going to win this group comfortably. He has done. And the one thing he's proven over the last couple of days is not just how good he is at darts, it's how dependable he is with his game right now. There was so much to like about how he played. It was effortless at times, averaging close to 97 in one of his victories, and he made it look easy. So you get the feeling that maybe there's another level to find. But what he's learning about himself this week is that he doesn't have to try that hard to be brilliant. And that is a very interesting thing.
Does he look like a player that may be better off for having those couple of years on tour?
Yeah, definitely. When you're mixing it with the likes of Gary Anderson and some of the top players, and I think he's been sitting with Gary at times, learning from some of the best that have ever done it, he might be more experienced and coming back here as a more wily competitor. Experience is a great thing. But if you've got youth to go with it, which he has, I think we're about to see the best of him.
So if he made it through quite comfortably, the race for second position was anything but. And what a moment that was for Andy Davidson. Look, we know everything that he's gone through over the last year or so. It's been a difficult road, a difficult journey for him. Not just did he make it through, did it in some style.
Yeah, didn't he just? But what we can't forget is when he won the first leg of that match, he had a little bit of a fist pump as if to say, right, I've got one leg, I need to get some more. And that game was troublesome. He could have easily found himself behind. But when he had a chance at a 145 and he missed the double 14, you thought, is that going to be a crucial moment? He didn't find that leg. It was a bonus shot at the 145, but later on, same combination, treble 20, treble 19. He finds his way to the double this time, and this time he gets it. And you know what? He's a great story. Because when someone's been through trouble and they want to come back, first and foremost, you want to just play darts again. You are wanting to win, but you're being more realistic. Maybe Saturday was just a little bit of a stretch for him at the start of the week, but now it's a reality.
Let's have a look then at the table, and it will confirm his place through to tomorrow night's final. It was Joe Murnan, the player, that missed out in the end, and we kind of said it just felt like the rub of the green just never fell for him today.
Let's face it, when we perform the autopsy on Group C when it comes to Saturday night, we are going to be saying that Joe Murnan's group came down to 2 games. It was his game with Andy Davidson. He would win that match. When he played Danny Lauby, he did not win that game. If he'd won that game, he'd be through. It's as simple as that, because he's got a better leg difference than Andy Davidson in the final table. So retrospect is a wonderful thing, but we now know that if he'd beaten the American, he'd be in the tally chart for Saturday night.
As for Danny Lauby, it was that loss to Andy Davidson at the beginning of the day that cost him in the end.
Yeah, I guess it did. But considering how Danny's played this week, he hasn't played well for large portions of week 6. But by the end, it was better. So based on where he wants to go over the next few months, yes, he hasn't made the Saturday night, but I would like to think that he will get another crack at this in maybe Series 14 or Series 15. He might want to have a series off and just try something else. But I would positively assume that by the time we see him again, he'll be in better shape.
What will he take away, and what should he take away from this week?
An education. Because when you're on the Pro Tour, you look around that room, nobody wants to give you any assistance. Why would they? You can walk up to someone who's got the best CV in the world. Oh, would you mind just having a look at my throw, and what do you think of this? Or do you think they're going to help you? Of course they're not. Because you're the person who's standing in their way of £1,000 or £500 or even a title. So they're not going to give you that assistance. But when you come here, it's a little friendlier at this level. And there are people who want to help you get back to where you want to be. And I think that's what Danny's got to find out.
In terms of Adam Windspear, the performances were there. Timing was probably the big difference for him.
I think Adam's got to be realistic as to where he's at. He's someone who can qualify for here, but as for contending, he's not quite there yet. He's got to find out how he gets to that next level. Someone who will average between 80 and 82. I'm assuming that's what he does all the time when he's up in the northeast of England. But if you are going to contend, you've got to do what Dennant's doing. You've got to make an 88 average look a bit poor. You've got to be able to find that 90-plus average level, and I don't think he's quite there yet in this environment. So keep plugging away in Thirsk and in the Middlesbrough area. Come back and show us another level.
For George Munoz, the first time was so nice. He got through to the final. He had a brilliant debut campaign here, but just wasn't able to replicate it this time around.
Not this week. It just didn't seem like it was there, especially in Group C. It just didn't go his way. He wasn't able to string wins together. If you're going to be successful here, what Matt Dennant has shown us in an extreme sense is that you've got to be able to win back to back, to back, to back, to back. And he's done it 10 times in a row. You don't necessarily have to do that, but every now and again, you're going to have to win 3 games in a row. You might have a loss here and there, but you've got to be able to string multiple times those wins together, and he just wasn't able to do that this week.
Right, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then and see where we're at, because Ron Murnan camp, it feels like a long time ago since we've seen Ronnie. That's how the week changes here at the Live Lounge. G1 Group A, Matt Dennant and Andy Davidson coming through Group C. And then tonight, it's a tale of 2 Whitlocks, isn't it? Mason basically needs to win the lot to get through. Simon Hadley placed on 4 points. If they were the headliners before the session, after it was Scott Taylor who completed the card.
Now, with 8 points already in the bank, I would assume that Scott Taylor's going to win at least 2 games tonight. That's how I see this happening. Robinson, if he's going to do damage, he's going to do it early. I think he'll get out of the blocks, and I think he will qualify. The next one is between Whitlock and Small to see who can snag 3rd spot. Whitlock's got a small lead of 2 points, and it might just come down to their last meeting of the week. They were playing in Group A, they were playing last night, and their 5th meeting could be the crucial one. I think that's around about game 4, isn't it?
So in terms of what we're seeing tonight, are we realistically looking at 4 players prime for 3 spots?
Yeah, Mason's got too much to do. Even if he wins 4 out of 4, I think his leg difference has got a lot of negativity with it. I think he's left himself with too much to do.
We mentioned earlier on in the commentary box about Ron Moonenkamp and Matthew Dennant perhaps being the 2 players to beat. Have you seen anything from anybody else to perhaps suggest that if it went to the form guide, I know that's an easier said thing than done, that them 2 almost look as if they're on a collision course?
The one person who piques my interest is Rhys Robinson, because I see consistency and I see a really nice ceiling from Ron and from Matt. We saw 100 average from Scott Taylor, but that was erratic last night. He can't afford to be that erratic on a Saturday night, providing that he gets there, because he can have 100 average one game and maybe 76 to 80 in the next. You can't do that on a Saturday. He knows it more than anybody here. So it will be fascinating to see what kind of level is needed when there's fans in the building. But Robinson, he's got this knack on Saturdays, hasn't he? He's won 3 times. He's due another one, and he will have enough in the tank to have a crack at it. I think at this stage I'd have to go with Muhlenkamp against Dennant, but the danger man is always Robinson.
We shall see as tomorrow night unfolds. We've still got one more session to go today. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. As I say, you can see the weakest Binks up next. And, well, Conan Whitehead's involved. So it may have the ending we all want. It may not have the ending we all want. We'll let you decide based on the fact that Owen Binks was spotting earlier. Group B concludes tonight from 10. Scott Taylor's looking to keep up his perfect record. He's looking to do what Matty Dennant did earlier on today. Andy Davidson, a couple of years on from his exploits here, but he won a week on debut. He's looking for an emotional second. That's going to be live from 7:30 p.m. here on the Pluto TV network. And the artist is going to be back, Kevin Painter. He's going to be in Group C, but the action gets underway on Monday morning. That is from 9:30. We're also going to see the return of Neil Duff, the return of Fallon Sherrick, and we're also going to see Scott Mitchell here as well. So plenty to get your tungsten taste buds tantalised over. And that, of course, is from Monday morning. But it was the scholar who was the best in class. Matt Dennant makes his way through to Saturday night as the perfect player in Group C. Bye from us.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnet.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from the Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go.